Happy to do that. So welcome everyone to the next event in the Catherine Kerr Memorial Series for Vital Energy in Health and Healing, which is now actually been going on for over a year, as we have mentioned, which is a point of great excitement in these difficult times. This series focuses on the potential for researching and using and learning and working with qi, this concept of vital energy in Chinese thought that is used in techniques like qigong and taiji chuan and in Chinese medicine to improve the lives and the well-being of people around the world. And we're also interested in vital energy as a broader concept and ways of approaching it, in particular in this segment of our talks, ways of using science to approach different vital energy practices for health and healing, and to be able to bring these great potential technologies of sorts into conversation and implement them in the modern world to really help people. And so to that end, it's my great honor to invite today Dr. Shamini Jain, who is a psychologist, a scientist, and a social entrepreneur. She's the founder and CEO of the Consciousness and Healing Initiative, CHI, a nonprofit collaborative accelerator that connects scientists, health practitioners, educators, and artists to help lead humanity to heal ourselves. Dr. Jain also serves as adjunct faculty at UC San Diego, where she is an active member of the UC San Diego Center for Integrative Medicine. Her book, Healing Ourselves, Biofield Science and the Future of Health, via the Sounds True publications, is available at booksellers worldwide. She's an amazing speaker, practitioner herself, as well as a scientist, and also, from what I hear, quite an accomplished musician and singer. Anyway, it's my great honor to welcome you tonight, Dr. Jain, and very much looking forward to your talk.
Thank you so much, Larson, and thank you all for being here. And thanks also for this opportunity to honor Kathy. You know, just a few words about Kathy. I met her, of course, many moons ago while I was a graduate student, I think at UCSD, and she was serving at Harvard at that time. And I remember us comparing notes about our work. At that time, she had just published an interesting study alongside Ted Kapchuk's group examining the reporting of energetic, sensations that people had during energy healing. And she was really exploring these placebo factors, that might account for these reports, which I found really interesting. So I remember we had a lively discussion about it, and I told her about some of the work that I was embarking on, some of which I'll share with you today. And it was really wonderful. And we'd always talked about the possibility of collaborating, and I regret that we didn't get that opportunity. But I'm just so deeply honored to be speaking at the seminar series, which is in her honor. So thank you very much for that. So most of my life has been, probably like many of you, I've been fascinated with this area of healing and what is called vital energy in so many traditions. Now, to help us understand why, first of all, I find it interesting that we have sort of neglected the discussion and the study of this area of experience in science and medicine, and what would happen if we actually began to explore this using the lens of science as well as spirituality, and not necessarily seeing these as at odds. So I'm going to share some slides with you today because I'm excited to share some data with you, as well as just some context. And it's so wonderful to have such a sophisticated audience here. I'm just going to see if I can bring this up. Can everyone see this comfortably? Yeah, great. Okay, great. So much of what I'm going to talk about and the details and the references are all in this book that was newly released in September with Sounds True Publications. Happy to say the book is doing well. It's in its second printing, and it's quite comprehensive in its approach to bring this knowledge about this area, the biofield, and resulting areas that are related, such as mind-body practices, placebo, to the general public. But it's very well referenced with probably about 700 peer-reviewed published references for people. So we're really trying to make sure that people understand where the evidence base is, what the evidence base is, and then help make it practical for people as well. And I think the reason is we've taken the model of separatism and materialism really as far as it can go. I think that's quite obvious for our times. From my lens, as a clinical psychologist, I'm acutely aware, as all of us are, I think, at this point, of the suffering that's caused by adopting a purely separatist viewpoint. And that's not just for our societies at large, but it's also in the way that we approach our healing, our health, and our medicine. And so I think the promise of things like exploring these areas of vital energy, the biofield at large, consciousness, is that it helps us to understand that these cosmologies of separatism not only are not serving us, they're largely incomplete. They just don't share the full picture. And when we look at the data, we understand that the full picture isn't really represented here. So the promise, I think, of examining these on the scientific level is for us to understand how deeply we are connected and are co-creating our future. And that's what, motivates me to do the work that I do. So we know that we're moving away from the cosmology of separateness, and that's no surprise in medicine. We've seen the evolutions of even Western modern medicine at this point, moving away, for some of us more slowly than we would like, but moving away from the body as a machine to the body as a garden. And of course, this is a Chinese medicine rendering here of the body, because this is ancient knowledge, ancient wisdom from cosmologies that were not based in separatism, that helped us better understand the workings of the human mind body. So in a way, when we're going to the future, we're really going back to the future, and we're re-looking more deeply at these ancient cosmologies and systems of medicine to help us understand and put together the missing links for whole person healing. And so often I describe this to Westerners as, this is consciousness-based healing. Well, what do we mean by that? We understood from so many of these traditions, which were spiritual in nature as well as, you can say, medical in nature, that at the core lies consciousness. However it's described, many different traditions describe it in different ways. But certainly, for example, in the Tantric and Vedic traditions, consciousness in the Tantric tradition, of course, described more as the Shiva principle, likened to the Shiva principle. What is that? It's essentially a formless oneness. And there was the understanding that for the formless to come into form, Shiva required Shakti. Shakti, of course, here being the manifest power behind the entire universe. So the deep understanding that with the unification of Shiva and Shakti really comes our world into form, which is consciousness in many different forms. We see, of course, that reflected in the way that we explore the body and the human's relationship with their environment. And so we explore these whole systems, as we call it in the West here, whole person medicine, as it's, where some people are using that term now, whether you call this consciousness-based healing, whole person medicine. It's, of course, rooted in the understanding that we are not separate from our environment, that whole person healing is about our sense of harmony, not only within ourselves and our mind body, but with our environment. And therefore, all of these practices, as you well know, many of you practice, really incorporated whole systems approaches, which included lifestyle, included diet, included mental, emotional functioning, what are called in the West mind-body practices, which I would call spirit mind-body practices, and of course, herbal remedies, looking at our relationships with the environment. So these were, of course, and are salutogenic models. They're health-promoting models. They have the lens of health, harmony, and healing as interconnectedness with ourselves and with our environment, as opposed to the models of pathogenesis, which are fueled by the cosmologies of separatism, where I view disease as something outside of me that I need to get rid of, and I need to find some outside agent to help get rid of the disease inside of me. Very different perspectives. So what's beautiful is across traditions around the world, we see these diversities of practices, right? Many which have been discussed here in this forum, certainly including Tai Chi, Qigong, yoga, and others. And essentially, we see this as a way of uniting the mental and the vital. Much as we talk about the unification of Shiva Shakti, we can also talk about the unification of the mental and the vital for full spectrum healing. And many people here have given wonderful lectures already about the origins and the conceptualizations of Qi, the mapping of Qi. Here is a depiction that harkens back to some of the teachings in the Upanishads, where the nadis were described in great detail in these ancient texts as subtle energy channels throughout the body, which of course connected the spirit in with the body and also helped us process our worldly life, whether it's things that we ingest, from our environment, food, and even emotions. So for Westerners and Western science, this is challenging because most of the paradigm, as you know, in Western medicine especially, is still very much steeped in pathogenic views of the body and materialist explanations. And so these areas of what we call energy healing, subtle energy healing, external qigong, and the modern practices that we see now, like Reiki, healing touch, therapeutic touch, and so forth, really in some ways defy materialist explanations, because if these therapies indeed have an effect on people and may even have effects on the cellular level, which of course many of you probably know about that data, but I will share some of the upcoming data that is being looked at in this area as well. It begs the question of whether our materialist viewpoint is sufficient really for us to understand full human healing capacity, right? So many of you probably have stories. I often share this story in the interest of time. I'll give you the short version of this, but I share this full version of the story both in an interview with Mira and her father, as well as in my book. I start out the beginning of my book with Mira's story. Because essentially, as clinicians, our job is to facilitate healing in our patients by whatever means will benefit them and not harm them, right? Even if we don't understand all of the mechanisms that are taking place. In Mira's case, she was about 2.5 years old when, like many kids, she started throwing up, right? Kids throw up, things happen. Kid probably has a virus, these things were happening. But she was projectile vomiting, and it happened for a few days. So naturally, her parents got concerned. They went to the doctor, and the doctor recommended that, they do full testing because she didn't appear to have any kind of a virus or anything like that. And when they did the MRI, they found out that she had a brain tumor. And it was completely unexpected, no family history, nothing like this. The parents did what any parents, you would expect to do. They went straight away, following the doctor's recommendations, went for surgery and then radiation afterward. And they were able to get the tumor out. Unfortunately, through the radiation, Mira suffered some developmental delays, which were significant, but she was alive. A few months later, she had a recurrence. And the recurrence happened in an area where the doctors realized they could not operate. And they told the parents, "We're very sorry. We can't operate here. She's likely to die if we do. And we could try radiation again, but it's also possible that she would suffer significant developmental delays even beyond what she has right now." So as you can imagine, this was very difficult for the parents to hear. And there were not many other, if anything, that was really offered to them at this point. So they really were in a place where they didn't know what to do. And a colleague actually introduced them to a healer. Now, I wish I had full time to tell you about the story and the story of the healer herself. And I do speak about it in the book, and they share in their interview too, which is freely available on our Consciousness and Healing Initiative YouTube channel. Essentially, they connected with this healer who was in Tel Aviv. They are in California. And she has a miraculous story in her own right. Suffice it to say that her miraculous story of being alive, being a survivor as a baby from the Holocaust, gave her what she felt like were these abilities to help heal others. The long and short end of the story is that after a few months of working with this healer at a distance, Mira's tumor first shrunk to the size of a dime and then disappeared altogether in the period of about 3 to 6 months. And the doctors were completely shocked. And they said, "We don't understand this." She wasn't taking any other medications, no herbs, no other, changes except following the advice of the healing practitioner who shared with the parents how to keep a healthy home environment, how to support Mira in her healing journey. And like all healers that I have talked to from every tradition, whether ancient traditions or modern traditions, this particular healer, Sarah, was very clear on a few things. One, Sarah said she was not doing the healing. that Mira was the healer, that the patient is their own healer, and that Sarah was facilitating the conditions for Mira to be able to heal herself by connecting her more deeply with her soul or spiritual guidance. There are many different terms for this: higher self, spiritual guidance, inner self. All healing practitioners tend to use the same thing. So we hear this over and over from healing practitioners that they are not doing the healing. Some of them don't like to be called the healer, actually. That they are facilitating a reconnection back with the person and their soul or spiritual nature so that they can make the decisions on their healing process. So this was no different. We're pleased to say that Mira is doing well, thriving. She is really an incredible example for so many of the healing journey. So as scientists, we try to understand this because we're not content to just keep chalking things up to spontaneous remission and saying, oh, it was a miracle, isn't that nice? These are happening too often. And so we owe it to ourselves and to our patients and for science to deeply uncover what is happening. How is this happening? And what is this so-called energy that may be traveling even across distances that can facilitate this kind of healing? How could this possibly work? So Western scientists, for these reasons, began to describe this term called the biofield. And now many people ask, especially those that are really representing some of these ancient traditions, why are we using this new term? Why are we creating yet a new term and yet a new terminology for things that we have discussed that are so deeply explored and explained, like prana, like chi, like ki? Why are we using these new terms? And I can't speak for all of the scientists except to say that I have certainly asked them the same types of questions. And the idea behind it is to begin to bring together all of these different aspects of energy and information that seem to be fostering health responses. So the term biofield was really coined in the early 90s by a group of scientists who met together at the National Institutes of Health. And they have a deeper definition of biofield, but they essentially described it as a massless field, not necessarily electromagnetic, that guides the homeodynamic functioning of a living organism, right? So when I explain this to lay people, I say, basically, we're exploring fields of energy and information that guide our health. And just as we explore consciousness from many lenses, we can explore the biofield of cells, we can explore the biofields of the body, we can explore the biofields between people, we can even explore the biofields of the earth. And what's interesting is every time we explore these different aspects of the biofield, or biofields, plural, we learn something profound about human biology, about our relationship with the environment. So it's a very exciting area. And I often remind people that a lot of this is not really foreign or strange. Certainly, we know that measuring biofields from the body in the way of EKGs and EEGs tell us about our state of organ health, and that's not controversial at all. So there are these electromagnetic aspects of the biofield that are not controversial and that are being explored in great detail. Some of you may know about the work of Dr. Mike Levin at Tufts University, who runs the Center for Regenerative Medicine. Research, that is. It's just really in the news quite often for many of the great and strange things that they do in that laboratory. But one of them, is really exploring what happens to cells when we manipulate voltage gradients across cell membranes. So in essence, what Mike's team has been doing has been manipulating the biofield of cells, manipulating the electromagnetic changes across the cell membrane. And he's found that when they do this, they can actually grow new tissue, even new neural tissue, which is very exciting for regenerative medicine. So here there's no chemicals or physical agents involved. This is really working with the bioelectromagnetics of the cell. And it's just one way that people are exploring the biofield in this way in health and medicine. And then, of course, there's this budding and continuing to grow area of what are often called electroceuticals, which are the applications of the biofield using known electromagnetic applications of varying frequencies and varying amplitudes to try to foster healing. So again, these are devices that are working on the electromagnetic spectrum that are being examined for many clinical conditions. And the truth of the matter is, despite what some of the research might suggest, one may be able to deduce changes in a particular cell model But I would say we're far from understanding the full mechanisms of these types of medicine. Although, of course, for selling the device, they would like to say that they understand all the mechanisms. The truth is, if you're putting energy through the skull, it's very hard to deduce it down to, specific neural firing. That's just the truth of the matter. And yet we're starting to see some budding evidence for this. So that's an interesting way that modern medicine and their typical pathogenic model is exploring using biofields for health and medicine. But what about the more holistic and spiritual aspects of the biofield and how they've been used for millennia to foster healing in others? Akin to what Mira experienced, that was literally life-saving for her. Well, we know that there are ancient practices, including, of course, external Qigong and others, including in the Christian tradition, laying on of hands, that have been used for millennia for these purposes and have a deep spiritual component to them. And then there are more modern practices, such as therapeutic touch and healing touch, that also utilize biofield sensing, similar practices of grounding, centering, releasing the ego, allowing for energy to come through the healer to facilitate healing. The philosophies, even in the modern traditions, are very similar to the ancient traditions. And they're all bent on really fostering this whole person health in people. So as I mentioned, when we explore with these different practitioners, whether they're practicing Reiki, healing touch, external Qigong, we often get these themes that they are not doing the healing. They're allowing for the flow of whether they call it universal life energy, the earth, spirit, God, to come through them. Essentially, it's a compassionate act. It's channeling the currents of compassion. As a scientist, it's very interesting because here there's no stretching, there's no needle, there's nothing that we can sort of hang our hat on from a materialist-based point of view to explore this in the way that others do with, say, yoga, meditation, and others, right? So you really have to sort of go a little bit beyond the materialist viewpoint to help understand and explicate these effects. So one of the questions we have are these effective? Do they even work? And in our systematic review, which is about 10 years old now, would love to see a new one done because there has been evidence published since. But in that systematic review that we did in 2010, we found actually across the board, across 66 clinical studies for biofield therapies, that there was strong evidence for decreasing pain intensity in outpatients, as well as moderate evidence for hospitalized and cancer populations. There was some very promising evidence for behavioral symptoms of dementia, not much follow-up with the studies there due to really lack of funding for this whole area. Interestingly, my colleague and director of research for the Consciousness and Healing Initiative, Dr. Richard Hammerschlag, who comes to us in his second career, his first career, of course, being exploring acupuncture. He was actually dean of the College of Oriental Medicine in Oregon for quite some time. He was interested to know whether touch was really driving these effects, and so he did a deeper systematic review of only 18 randomized controlled trials of human biofield therapy that did not include touch. And he found that touch is not, the effects are not simply due to touch. In these trials, actually, there were significant effects in almost all of the trials in at least one outcome measure. We've actually graphed this systematic review of Dr. Hammerschlag's on our website in an interactive infographic, which you can explore freely on our website. It is at chi.is, and it's really nice because it allows people to sort of sort through the data, sift through it. You can click on each of these bubbles. It will take you straight to the study. And, with support, we would love to build more resources like this for the community. So I'm just going to highlight a few current clinical studies that have been published in the last decade or so with larger sample sizes as examples from the field about whether these therapies really have strong effects on humans. The first was a study that I was involved in with Dr. Mimi Guarneri and Rowney King with active duty military at Camp Pendleton. Here in California, near San Diego. And this was during a time where active duty military were being rapidly deployed. This is when they were coming in and coming back out into Afghanistan. So they were only at home base for a few weeks. They were already suffering from significant PTSD, and the question was, what could we possibly do to help mitigate their PTSD, give them some reserve before they're sent back out into war? Those of you who have explored trauma know that, of course, it's not one thing. Trauma is a spectrum. It affects the whole person. It affects our mental health as well as our relationships, our cognitive function, and our somatic function. And so in this way, we wondered whether a whole person type of treatment, like healing touch, combined with guided imagery, would be helpful for these people. So it was a very short time frame that we had to study them because they were in and out. So we had 3 weeks to work with them. So they received, the people in the experimental group received healing touch and guided imagery twice a week for 3 weeks. And then, of course, there was a waitlist control group who essentially, or we should say usual care group, who received treatment as usual, but did not receive the healing touch and guided imagery. And I think important to note in this is that when we solicited people to be part of the study, we didn't tell them we're going to try to fix your brokenness or that we're going to work with your trauma. We said, we're offering this as part of a study for your whole person health and well-being. And that really resonated with them. So we had a fabulous retention rate, very low attrition, compared especially to behavioral medicine types of interventions, and certainly compared to things like exposure therapy, which, as you might know, has a really high dropout rate, not just in studies, but in clinic. So it's really important that we get these people with trauma engaged in something that's helping them, that they can commit to and can keep doing, right? So what did we find? Essentially, we found massive reductions for post-traumatic stress syndrome symptoms using the gold standard PCL measurements. These were significant. You can see the effect sizes here, of course, as well as statistical significance. This is really what would be considered a medium to large effect size for post-traumatic stress. We also saw these effects on depression. This is, of course, published in Military Medicine. You can see the paper there. We also looked at mental quality of life and physical quality of life and saw effects there and improvements of quality of life for those who received healing touch and guided imagery. And interestingly, we saw a reduction in cynicism for these folks too, which we found to be very interesting, especially given their perceptions of medical and psychiatric care for PTSD. And it would be very interesting to follow that on. So this was a combined intervention of healing touch with guided imagery. What about when you look at healing touch by itself? Here's a study by a colleague, Dr. Susan Lukendorf, is at the University of Iowa, who is going to be publishing some more data from the study very soon with metabolomics. So I'm very excited for that. But she has published this initial study looking at her main outcome variables, which were immune markers in cervical cancer patients going through chemoradiation. I will tell you, she had a hard time publishing the study. If you wonder why healing touch is not in the title of the study, there's a reason for that. And anyway, there's more to say on that. What Susan found, which was interesting, was not only, of course, actually, let's move to the depression studies first. The depression outcome was that healing touch did afford these patients a reduction in depression. That is, their depression decreased over time while they were receiving chemoradiation and getting healing touch treatment. This was significant compared to both the relaxation comparison group, where people got comprehensive relaxation training, and the usual care group. But what was also very interesting was that she also found a unique effect for healing touch on natural killer cell cytotoxicity. Essentially, when patients go through chemoradiation, we often see that this marker of immune function decreases during chemoradiation because there is a taxing on the general immunity of a person when they are going through these very strong treatments. So we often see this. Interestingly, this ability of the immune system and the natural killer cell cytotoxicity to maintain its function was preserved in the healing touch group. And so the question is, why? How? Why is it only in the healing touch group and not in the relaxation group? We don't have any deep explanations for that at this time, but we're seeing these effects on the body that seem to be unique for these energy therapies. Many people ask the question of placebo, and so I focused my study at UC San Diego on this question. This is a randomized controlled trial that I ran that is published in the journal Cancer, where we asked the question, can we explain some of these effects through what we call in the West placebo mechanisms? And I was very deeply interested in this question, and so really went to town trying to explore all of the different ways that we could understand placebo. And there's much more to discuss about this in terms of whether this is even at all the right way to study energy healing. Certainly, it's the way that the medical model encourages us to study things like vital energy and healing, because this is how they study drugs. But the question is it even meaningful? Still, because in our field we have trouble getting funding for biofield therapy studies, it seemed important to ask the question around placebo. And so the way we did that was, of course, to have a 3-arm trial where we had patients who had debilitating amounts of fatigue post-treatment. And here we took all different women fatigued breast cancer survivors. So they were all women. They had all had breast cancer and gone through treatment for breast cancer. Some had surgery, some had chemotherapy, some had radiation, some had a combination of those. But what they all had in common was that they suffered from debilitating amounts of fatigue, which, as you may know, is the #1 complaint among cancer patients and survivors. We were interested to know whether a hands-on healing approach could mitigate this fatigue in these survivors. And if so, whether it could be explained by placebo elements. So our 3-arm trial was to compare patients who received hands-on healing for 4 weeks, twice a week, with what we called a placebo or sham or mock condition. To the patients, we described this as touch alone. We didn't call it mock healing to the patients. We said, you're going to be randomized. If you get randomized to a treatment arm, you'll be randomized to one of 2 treatment arms. One will be hands-on healing, and one will be touch alone. Both are shown to have effects, because we wanted to set that up in the beginning, that they won't know what treatment they're in. They won't know whether they're in hands-on healing or touch. It will feel and look identical perhaps, but that both have been shown to have beneficial effects. So right away, sort of controlling for expectation in that way. And then, of course, we had a usual care waitlist control group. So we had those 3 groups. I've just talked through this, so I'll breeze through. Our outcomes were, our primary outcome was fatigue as measured by the multidimensional fatigue symptom inventory, also quality of life, and cortisol variability, which is essentially the movement of cortisol through the day. As many of you know, of course, from your own work, both as clinicians and researchers, most of our hormones and many of our immune factors follow a circadian rhythm. It turns out that circadian rhythm is altered in fatigued and depressed breast cancer survivors. There is at least one study linking altered cortisol rhythms to death, actually, in breast cancer. So we thought this was an important biomarker to look at. We were also interested in the nuances of placebo. So beyond just randomizing people to placebo group and a treatment group or a waitlist control group, we also had them fill out certain questionnaires after each session, like, what did you believe you just got? Do you think you got healing, or do you think you got touch? How friendly and connected did you feel like you were with your practitioner? How much do you feel like this treatment is helping you with your immune function and your fatigue? So all of these things that tap into expectation, relationship, that are placebo elements that can predict responses. We measured all of that, and we put that into our analysis to explore the nuances of placebo. So what did we find? Here you'll see the white bar are the patients that received hands-on healing, the verum, we can say, healing. And the light bar are the people that received the mock or sham healing. And the dark bar are the people that didn't receive any type of intervention, but just continued with their usual care. And we did see these profound drops in fatigue for the healing group, where they dropped down to about levels of what you would expect for the normative population, given norms for this particular measure, the multidimensional fatigue symptom inventory. Interestingly and importantly, we also saw significant drops for those who went to the mock healing group, the touch alone group. And we can talk more about what those practitioners did, and I can share some stories about why I think this, you have to be very careful about what you say this mock group really is, whether it's controlling for the biofield or controlling for intention and experience. And I would say it's really the latter. But the people who received this touch alone also saw significant drops, and they dropped down to about fatigue levels of what you would expect for patients that are about to go into chemotherapy. So based on the data that we have from our patients, we found that these are about the levels of fatigue that active breast cancer patients have when they're about to go into treatment. So significant, but not quite as significant. And we did see some differences between those groups as well on some of our subscales. Now, this is what a typical, depiction of a quote normal cortisol rhythm looks like. It tends to peak about 30 minutes after waking and then decline through the day. This is important because, as many of you may know, cortisol and its rhythm helps regulate the roles of inflammation in the body with a somewhat inverse relationship. So what did we find for the cortisol data? This was very interesting. Essentially, what we found was that the slopes of change, that is the variability, increased only for the healing group. And that was significantly different compared to both the mock group and the weightless control group. So we saw this unique effect, interestingly, and similarly to Susan Lukendorf's study, we saw this unique effect on physiology for the group that was working actually with energy, with the vital force in this way. And we put every variable we could think of in this analysis, including clinical variables like body mass index, chemotherapy status, placebo variables, to see if we could explain away these results, and they remained. So it was a very interesting thing. So we've presented this data, to our fellow scientists, and it tells part of the picture. I'm wondering if this will work. I did want to share with you some of the larger picture because, we can approach this from this reductionist way. This is a very reductionist study. We're looking at it from the placebo-controlled view. We're looking at biomarkers, all the ways that the reductionists want us to look at these therapies. But what are we missing about the human experience? And so CNN actually came in to interview us on the study many years ago, and they interviewed one of the patients who was in our study. Linda was actually in the mock group during the study, so she received the touch alone. And we were fortunate enough to get some funding support so that we could offer the people in the touch alone group and the weightless control group sessions with healing practitioners if they wanted it after the study. So Linda opted for that. So she was in this unique place where she got to experience what the mock healing was, or the touch alone, and then also experience the actual healing from a healing practitioner. And so they wanted to know, what was her experience like?
Group that wasn't receiving any energy.
Can you hear this? Can you hear that or no? A little bit. No? Okay, well, I'll share with you what she says, and then, we can explore how to put this in later for people to view. Essentially what Linda shared, and I shared her story a bit in my book too, was that she didn't feel feelings of energy in her body until she worked with the actual healer. The healer's name was Janet. And not only that, but what she found was that Janet, the healing practitioner, told Linda that she was getting a message from her mother, who was deceased. And she said, your mother is here and she is telling me to let you know that she feels like that her work is done and that she's happy to see, that you're well. And this meant a lot to Linda because she felt that her mother was really with her during her breast cancer process and treatment. And so Janet, not having any idea about Linda's mother, their relationship, or that Linda's mother was even deceased during this time, was very profound for Linda. So these are the spiritual nuances and spiritual benefits that often these patients receive from these treatments that aren't very well documented in the literature, but certainly could be if we invest more in mixed models research. Still, the reductionists want to know about mechanism. And, in the interest of time, I won't go through all of this at all. This is all very detailed in my book. I have chapters on the cellular and preclinical models of biofield therapies, and some of the most exciting work that's being done by several colleagues. So, many people feel like, well, if you see these effects on cells in animals, then maybe it's, quote, real then. Maybe it's not a, quote, placebo. So this is work by Dr. Ann Baldwin, published work looking at the effects of Reiki on mouse models. These are mice that are essentially stressed by noise, and they look at the microvascular leakage in these mice. And so you can see here she's had several conditions where she compares mice that don't receive noise to mice that do, mice that receive Reiki along with the noise, and then mice that receive so-called sham Reiki. And what she sees here is that those mice that are receiving the Verum Reiki in these models actually show a significant decrease of stress-induced microvascular leakage. Gloria Gronowicz is another wonderful researcher from the University of Connecticut, now retired really, who has published a significant amount of data in this area, looking at this both in human osteoblasts as well as in cancer cells, finding differential effects on cell proliferation, whether they're healthy cells or cancerous cells. And of course, this work has been replicated by colleagues at Harvard, you may know, looking at external Qigong. And it looks to be replicated once again in some labs here. And I won't say more because that data isn't published yet, but suffice it to say that other labs are uncovering similar results of this differential effect of these emitted biofield therapies, different therapies, external Qigong, therapeutic touch, and other modalities. So it's not the same modality, but it's the same interesting effect that this is one of the reasons why our colleagues like the term biofield, because there seems to be an informational effect in the way that we often describe energy. It drops off at a distance. This is unsatisfying. It doesn't explain distant healing, and it doesn't explain fully this informational effect that we see where this energy, so-called energy, has intelligence, right? And it's somehow able to distinguish whether to proliferate cells that are healthy versus cells that are unhealthy. It's quite interesting, and at this point has been replicated in several labs. Gloria also explored the effects of therapeutic touch compared to a mock therapeutic touch in mice with cancer, and has published that data. In her first trial of this, she reported a reduction in tumor spread or metastasis, as well as certain alterations in particular inflammatory cytokines related to metastasis in these mouse models of cancer. I'll skip this for now and then just move to some of the most interesting work that is currently being conducted and has already been started to be published by Dr. Lorenzo Cohen, who I would highly recommend you invite as a guest on this series. He is doing some wonderful work looking at human-emitted biofield therapy in mouse models of cancer. Two of these studies have been recently published in the last 2 years. And essentially, he's been replicating some of the work that Gloria has found using slightly different models. The first study that's reports on reduction in tumor size and resulting effects on particular cytokines and cell subsets and protein kinase levels. His replication study replicated many of these effects. However, in the second study, they didn't see effects on tumor size, they saw effects on metastasis. But the same cytokines were altered, the same cell subsets were altered relating to metastasis and tumor growth, and the same protein kinase pathways have been altered. And there's much more to say about that. I detail it in the book. Lorenzo has also done a webinar with us at the Consciousness and Healing Initiative, which you can also access, and hopefully you'll be able to get him on to talk about his work. It's ongoing and it's very exciting. So in summary, we can say from the data that healing is full spectrum, it's whole person. It affects both our spirit and our cells, our emotions, and our interpersonal relationships. There is much to do in this area of research. It is important that we do this research in a way that honors the traditions and it honors the practices. Part of what we do at the Consciousness and Healing Initiative is to expand what we say, expanding the garden here. And I think we can all agree that it's time for us to move beyond polarizing thinking, the us versus them mentality, and help us understand the full spectrum of these approaches. The way that our vision, of course, as our nonprofit, the Collaborative Accelerator, is really for humanity to awaken to our full power to heal ourselves and others so that we can prevent unnecessary suffering from disease, including chronic disease and mental disorders. Our current solutions that are based in separatism and simply pathogenesis are just not working. So we do see much promise in this. We bring together, want to invite all of you to join us in our efforts, and that means simply, join us in any way that you would like. We publish special issues. We published one in 2014, and now our Scientific Advisory Council is all set to publish the next one. So one of the ways that we have impact is to forward peer-reviewed, published special issues in the science to open the scientific collaboration. But we also work with healing practitioners quite closely. I'm sharing here this graphic of my fellow colleague, Dr. Jan van der Grief, who was at the University of Leiden, now retired, and also part of TNO group. Among being a brilliant system scientist, Jan is also an award-winning photographer. And so you can see this picture that he's taken here of a flock of birds. So this is nature, right? This is a flock of birds actually coming together to form what looks like a picture of a giant bird. And so this is what happens when we all come together to create a larger whole. And this is really resonant, I think, with the work that we do at CHI, which is in research, fostering research collaborations, education, and community building. We recently published a report, which you can freely access on our website at reportonhealing.com, which is really meant for a resource for people that are interested in this area, wondering if there's really a there, what's the promise, what's the landscape. It's quite comprehensive. One of the things that we learned is that there are over 425 peer-reviewed published studies of biofield therapies. These include energy psychology therapies, as well as you can see external Qigong and others. About over 200 maybe, I think, randomized controlled trials, maybe less than that. We do feel like the area is poised for significant growth, much as mindfulness is. We've done a lot of focus on the mind. Now it's time for us to also bring the vital into the conversation, and I think we're very well poised as a community to do that. This is a very busy graphic exploring, how we're going to heal the world, essentially. But it boils down to a roadmap for systems change, which our group put together, of key initiatives that we can do to help forward the field of biofield science and healing together. And so much of the work of our community is aimed towards these transformational points that we can address both in science as well as education, practitioner empowerment, and community building for systems change. We're pleased to work with so many luminaries, both in the science space, the education space, of course, some of the leading lights in the public sphere, as well as those that are really behind the lab bench. And it's been our honor to bring all of these people together to synergize their work. We work with many different organizations and universities, would be very, very pleased to collaborate more with Brown. It would be our honor to do that. Some of the things that we're up to. We did a study, a very interesting study on distant sound healing for anxiety during the pandemic in late 2020. So we're just writing those data up for publication. Would like to forward a randomized controlled trial on this area, looking at this also for long COVID. We also have designs to really continue to connect the healing practitioner and research community by building an app that allows people to collect data on tried and true gold standard measurements. And allow this to be placed in a freely available public data bank so that our researchers worldwide can access this data bank and write papers on effectiveness research. We are also currently engaged in a very wonderful project that I believe is going to have great impact on the field, led by our research director, Dr. Richard Hammerschlag. As we saw for acupuncture, when we created global guidelines for clinical research in acupuncture using what's called stricta, we saw a really wonderful uptick in the quality of reporting, of course, for acupuncture trials. And with that increase of quality of reporting for those trials came more influence on things like clinical practice guidelines and the implementation of acupuncture in healthcare settings. So we are now doing the same thing for biofield therapies. We're engaged right now in essentially creating global research guidelines for biofield therapies for clinical studies. That involves a Delphi process. There are over 30 people involved in developing this, and we hope to be publishing those guidelines for the larger research community globally in the spring of 2022. So we're very excited about that. And I'll stop there. Very happy to open discussion on anything that I presented today or larger discussions about the field and the space. These are ways that you can keep in touch with us. I do invite you to come to some of our webinars at the Consciousness and Healing Initiative. In the coming year, we're going to be really emphasizing a lot of the newest research that's being done by the area, but we do have these wonderful opportunities to bring some of the luminaries into the space, and they're so well spoken, so we love to have them as well. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for this extremely informative presentation that expresses, I think, really, as you're saying, this potential, this human potential to heal ourselves, to unlock that, and to really, in a way, revolutionize not only how we practice medicine, but how we look at medicine as in healing people. And so I'm looking forward to hearing some of the discussion and conversation. Please, everyone, feel free to ask questions and to contribute a little bit. And we'll open the floor to questions now.
So I'd like to ask the first question if I can, because I regret that I have to leave the conversation early for this commitment. But thank you so much for that wonderful talk. It was really exciting, and for all the amazing work that you're doing and for all their information and bringing the community together. It's really groundbreaking, and I'm just thrilled to hear about all the things that you and your initiative are doing. I just wondered if you could comment a little bit on your thoughts on the relationship between external biofield healing, internal chi versus the external, and how you see the relationship between the two, or synergies or differences.
It's a wonderful question. First, I think that there's a lot to explore and explain to the general public, because I don't think many people make the links that yoga and Tai Chi, I'm talking here about the general public, I don't know that they recognize, even for certain forms of meditation and even yoga, that these are energetic practices, right? So I think in Tai Chi and Qigong, that's a little bit more understood. But certainly it's not very well understood for most of the lay people who are essentially engaging in energy regulation practices, but just don't have a place to put it and don't have a place to explain the experiences that they're having, because we have just omitted from the scientific discussion the vital force. So I think that's unfortunate, first of all, and I want to name that I hope that as we continue our work collectively in meditation, yoga, and of course, Tai Chi and Qigong has done a better job of this than the Tai Chi and than the meditation and yoga researchers, in my view, to really help explain what people might be experiencing on the energetic level. But to your question, I would defer to many of the healing practitioners who have been in practice much longer than I have, to say that when they are working with a person on the external level, essentially you can say that they are exploring where their internal energy may be flowing and may not be flowing. And so essentially by helping regulate that internal flow of energy in the body, the person is better able to stimulate their own healing response. So in other words, this is the connection. We all have biofields. We connect with the larger biofield. When this connection happens, we're better able to foster a movement of energy through the body where before maybe there was stagnation or some other issue. And so I do think there's a deep connection between those. Essentially it's connecting with a larger biofield.
Thank you so much. And again, I apologize, I have to run. You might have seen my daughter's hand come in the screen to tell me it's time.
Well, thank you so much,
Thank you
Stephanie.
all. Take care.
Well, I was expecting a lot of slams of how could you possibly study this by placebo? How could you, how can you talk about all of this stuff and then do these reductionist studies? I mean, what I'd love to see a dialogue on, whether here or some other time, is how do we study this stuff in a way that honors the traditions and shows the full spectrum of the effects? I mean, that is certainly a question that some of our scientists are engaged in,
That was actually going to be my question to you.
Good. I'm glad it was named.
You talked a lot, and thank you very much. And you talked you mentioned several times about doing the kind of studies that's expected and accepted by a Western biomedical model. But if you were able to get the funding and support to do any kind of research you wanted to, what direction are you taking? I think you mentioned that in the effectiveness studies at the end, but if you could talk a little bit more about that, it'd be wonderful.
Absolutely. I'll give you an example, even with a modest budget of what we did for our study with biofield healing, sound healing, distant sound healing for anxiety during the pandemic. It wasn't practical for us to look at biomarkers, and I think it would have been premature anyway. This was a feasibility study, so it was only one group. But what we did is we did what a mixed method study. And so for anyone who isn't familiar with what that term means, it essentially means that we look at both quantitative measures like self-report and survey data, tried and true measures of, symptoms, functioning, well-being, gold standard measurements that have been validated. Those are considered quantitative measurements. So are biomarkers. And qualitative measurements, which are really asking the person about their own experience. And I think that this is absolutely essential. I would lobby that honestly, any clinical study should have a mixed method design, if at all possible, where people are being asked about their experiences. Even though we have questionnaires tapping spiritual experiences, they're still constraining. And there's so much that we haven't captured about the nuance and the depth of these practices that I just think we've got to have the qualitative data. So I would say incorporating qualitative data in the research design is a must. I also think that we can be more complete and more strategic in aligning, for example, with NCCIH's agenda for whole person health and whole person healing by demonstrating the effects of these therapies on the whole person. So here looking at not just systems biology, but spiritual experiences, spiritual connection, interpersonal connection, that is relationships, right? Relational aspects of well-being, mental, emotional aspects of well-being, and physical, so that we can really start demonstrating what I suspect is some of the added value of some of these treatments, say over and above things like cognitive behavioral therapy, right? So I think we have an opportunity there to do that kind of research as well. And then I would say the biggest gap that we really need to fill for the space, other than, of course, getting funding to our wonderful group of researchers, and I'll tell you, there's so many of them, they're doing wonderful work, is, once we do have, say, that 20 million to really seed research in this area, the researchers need to come together for a synergistic research agenda. That's just, common, like we all know we need to do that. And I think when the funding is there, the researchers are ready to come to the table and map out that agenda. But also making sure that healing practitioners are a deep part of this process and that they're helping guide the discussions on the protocols and helping the researchers understand from their perspective what this is and what its impact is.
We have a question in the chat from Linda, asking if you had talked about Langston in your lecture at all, or if you comment about that. I don't know.
Yeah. Hi, Linda. So I didn't talk about his most recent work that he's doing, but
Hi, Shamini.
hi, it's great for you to be here. I wish I could see you, but it's great to hear you. Thanks for the question.
My foot is injured, so it's elevated, so I'm not really in a position to have a video. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I'll look forward to seeing you another time, but thanks for joining us. And I do talk about Bill's work in my book quite a bit, and some of the collaborations. I think it's probably fine to say that, you may know, of course, but several others may not be aware of Bill Bankston. He is a pioneer in this space. He has been exploring his own healing approach, I should say a healing approach that he learned from a healer that he was studying, on mouse models of cancer for some time, and is now collaborating with Lorenzo Cohen at MD Anderson Cancer Center. And so we can look forward to seeing some really fabulous data from them in the coming year, I hope.
And can you comment any further on some of his more recent research?
I can't, but I think you should bring Lorenzo on here, and Lorenzo should, because I'm not the PI of the study, so it wouldn't be right for me to say. But I will say it's very exciting, and again, it's an extension of some of this wonderful work that Bill has been doing, really connecting the dots even more deeply with the physiology. So it's been a wonderful marriage, and I'll take a little credit for introducing them, because I can't believe they didn't know each other very well. They knew of each other, but hadn't really connected. And so that's been a really fruitful connection.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, you showed the plots with the hands-on healers and then the touch alone. And you mentioned about the touch, you had some theories about why the touch also reduced fatigue significantly. And I was wondering if you could comment on those and maybe what it could mean for intentionality, or were they healers who were doing the touch or not?
Thank you. I was hoping someone was going to ask that question. So I'll give you the data informed answer first, and then the anecdotal of what actually happened in the study story second. So the data-informed answer is, if a patient is coming to lie on a table twice a week and interacting with friendly, positive staff, being touched for an hour each time, and filling out questionnaires about their mood and well-being, there's likely going to be an effect from rest, from positive social interaction, and even the monitoring process, right? So all of those things could contribute to a reduction in fatigue. And there's much more we could say about placebo. I have a whole chapter of that. I personally think the whole way that we explore placebo makes no sense. It needs to be reframed from a consciousness-based perspective, and I talk about that in my book. The anecdotal story is that when we finished the study, we had a party to celebrate. And our mock healers, who I will tell you were skeptical scientists, they were graduate students or junior faculty, and we brought them in, told them what the study was about, and we said, do you practice yoga? Do you practice meditation or healing or anything like that? No, I don't. But they were fit. They exercised. So they had regular exercise, physical exercise practice. They were fit. We said, well, how do you feel about, these kinds of things about healing? I don't really believe in it, but I'm not like, vehemently opposed to it either. I just don't think it's real. So this is what I would call a true skeptic. Doesn't believe really either way, not vehemently opposed to something, but doesn't really buy in. So we trained them in the hand positions. And of course, they had no experience. These were scientists. They weren't clinical psychologists. They weren't counselors. They were kind of more hard scientists. So we told them to go into their planning mind, think about their grants, their activities. We didn't have them do mental arithmetic, but we still tried to induce a mild state of anxiety, I guess, in them by having them think about their grants and their papers and things like that, all the things academics love to think about. So at the party, my husband actually asked one of these mock healers, he said, what was it like for you to meet with a person twice a week for 4 weeks and basically have kind of a relationship, even though the sessions were in silence? I should mention that because I wanted to control for that too. So, what was it like for you to like greet this person and touch them, and not intend to heal them? And the woman said, well, don't tell Shamini. But, at the end, I just kind of let whatever happened happen. Right. And I talk about this in the book, Chloe, because this is what the healing practitioners have been trying to tell our scientists for so long. You can't control for the biofield. From their perspective, first of all, energy flows, and it's going to flow from an unhealthy person to a healthy person, number one. Number two, how do you control for compassion? These are two human beings. This is a human being touching another human being, even if they aren't touching, putting their hands above them or whatever. So what are you really controlling for in these studies? Essentially, you're controlling for years of experience and potentially, intention to some degree or ability to focus, right? Is that placebo? I don't know.
I can ask a question.
Sure.
I'm curious, when talking about, you bring up a lot of times the importance of respecting the traditions and bringing an awareness of the traditions surrounding each of these healing practices into the research. And I'm kind of curious how you perceive that.
Yeah, I'll
How
tell
do you see
you.
it working?
Yeah, I'll tell you concretely how we're trying to manage this and foster it at the Consciousness and Healing Initiative. First, that study that I mentioned that we did, we begin all of our studies with discussions with the healing practitioners. So we have focus groups with the practitioners first to understand how they understand the healing approach, what impact do they think it has, any particular outcomes that they've noticed across their patients, things like that. And then we don't expect them to be researchers, but we do involve them in the protocol development. So we'll say, well, here's some ideas we have. What do you think? And then they have ideas and they say, well, I think we should do it this way. Or, we always ask them, for example, about dosage, for lack of a better term. How many treatments do you think they should have? How long should they be? How much space should we have? What kinds of things do you expect? And so it's really a co-creation of the protocol at the start to make sure that the healing practitioners agree and they're comfortable, they think it's practical, they think it's doable. They also have some input, they have input on the outcome selection. So we as researchers know which ones are the verified kind of gold standard clinically validated and research validated measures. So it's our job to pick those measures, right? Because it's not their job to go and research those. But we try to pick those measures that we think represent the outcomes that they're talking about. And then we present it to them. And we say, how do these outcomes look? Is there something we're missing? So that's the way we engage in the collaborative research. On the larger level, Chief Foster's councils, we have a very active scientific advisory council, which we've had since we started as a sponsored project in late 2014. We really started with that idea of really supporting our research community, and we still uphold that. But we've also grown to support more formally our practitioner community. And so we have a very active practitioner advisory council and working groups that have spun out of that as well. And I will share with you, first of all, they've all wanted to meet now every month. And what's been wonderful about the pandemic is I think people have had a little more time, and now we're busy kind of scrambling to, kind of orchestrate these meetings, but they want to meet every month because they're getting a lot of value out of it. And part of the value for the practitioners has been to bring representatives from the indigenous healing perspectives, along with those who are representing more of the modern traditions. And they're learning from each other, and it's really neat. And we have practitioners who have been doing this work in hospitals, and they have their own viewpoints and their own struggles. And then we have practitioners that are out there kind of doing the work within the indigenous communities. And so for them to meet, synergize, learn about each other's work, and even sometimes differences in perspective. For example, there's a huge, I don't want to get all over the place, but there's a huge issue going on for the practitioners right now around legislation, licensing, and certification. And there are a lot of different viewpoints on that. So part of what we've been doing at the initiative is to bring people together to start harmonizing the discussion, knowing that people are going to have different viewpoints on it. And so these practitioners have been working very hard to start creating educational materials, which we will be pushing out to the general public in the first quarter of 2022 to inform people on what are the issues and what are the pros and cons of legislation, of licensing and certification to address the issues. So these are ways that we're trying to, bring in the healing community. Hey, Simone.
I also wanted to thank you for your eloquent presentation. It's always good for us, the ones among us who have been trained in the humanities, but work at a medical school, to get hard data to talk to particularly our younger students. There's the core virtue in Chinese medicine is trust and belief, belongs to the earth element. And that's the first lesson to our students is always, we speaking all day for the rest of the program about energy, and the best way to believe that is to feel it yourself. But since everybody's so mental nowadays, is to have this evidence-based studies or so really helps some people to open themselves up to that experience. So thank you very much for amassing such a big volume of things there in a limited amount of time. My question is, how do we use, or how do you think about we could use biofield theory at a time when the whole world is on fire, quite literally, where the forests are on fire, the political, social sphere is inflamed. Every patient I see in the clinic is inflamed in their bodies. It's almost like we are infecting each other through this biofield in a pathological way. How can we positively contribute and teach people to, sort of like your first slide there was sort of a beautiful metaphor for that. So I'd like to hear some more about that.
That's such a beautiful question. Thank you so much for that. One of the themes of one of our in-person summits a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, was the theme, I don't end here, meaning I don't end at my skin. My energy reaches out and touches another. And you talked about trust and belief. So I think one thing that we can learn when people really sit with and grok this data, so to speak, they really sit with the evidence, they begin to understand that they can trust and believe themselves, first and foremost, because that will help us overcome the fear factor that is being shoved down our throats, right? So as we keep, being prone to all of these influences that disempower us, that make us feel fearful, that make us feel like we don't have control over our own health or our own environment. I think the biofield and bringing this work out into the open is an opportunity to really bring some light and the light of connection for people in a very disconnected world. So that's number one, is I think it brings people hope. And, you know, when it brings people hope and that sense of trust and belief in themselves, and they have a little bit more belief that I can shift this world, because if I can heal myself, then maybe I can help foster the healing in someone or something else. So we really have to, these, as you know, these, the rhetoric of separatism is meant to divide and conquer and keep, you know, certain systems of power in place. And the, you know, the cosmology of connection is a completely different ballgame, right? So this is definitely, I see this in Richard, who again, I'll lobby that you should bring him in too. He's absolutely fantastic and loves the area of biofield physiology. And so would love to, I'm sure, talk about that. Richard is deeply, deeply, as an elder, concerned about where we are headed with climate change. And we certainly see that there are opportunities for us to expand our perspective and our work in the biofield to help explore this human-earth connection in a more deep way. So that's very key. And, you know, I think there's many untapped, there's some interesting work, as you might know, certainly with the mycelial work is fantastic. You know, it's not necessarily biofield, but it certainly speaks to that sort of cosmology of connection. And then we do have friends, for example, at HeartMath that are looking more at the bioelectromagnetic communication between trees, and that's very exciting. So the more I think we place this this kind of research and discussion out into the public, the more hope and trust and belief we can bring to the people.
I noticed, I think Simona had a question a while ago.
Yes. So my question was related to your observation that when you are around the healer might do the work with or without intention. I just wanted to understand this better. That's not my experience, but I just wanted to understand that indeed, is this what you're trying to say?
You know, here's an analogy. If you've noticed, some people feel differently when they go to a concert or they go to a room, inside a room with a lot of really positive people, and they walk out and they feel energized, kind of thing, right? So there might not be a conscious intention of the group. It may not be, for example, a focused meditation yet people walk out feeling differently and sometimes feeling energized. So in the same way of just, you know, my healing teacher, Reverend Rosalind Briere, would describe it as just current flow. You know, it's literally like if someone is healthy, there's a current flow that can happen from a healthy person to an unhealthy person. Does this mean that intention doesn't matter? We suspect no. I mean, that's the healing practitioners certainly say that intention matters. And with intention comes focus and comes skill. So there are these different levels. You know, it also reminds me of Carl Rogers in my field. You know, I'm in clinical psychology. He's the founder of humanistic psychology. And he was famous for his patients and for working with his patients where he would simply sit in silence with them. No homework, no discussion. And they would have these miraculous healings, essentially. They would come out feeling much better. So they asked him, what are you doing? You're not prescribing anything to them, right? You're not like guiding them really verbally in any way. And he called it unconditional positive regard because he probably just couldn't say love. Right. So there are these specific, and, you know, in science, I would say there are these specific aspects of what we do, and then the unspecific or quote non-specific aspect. And actually what I'm suggesting based on the placebo work, as well as some of this work, is that what we call non-specific may actually be the meat of the impact. And the specific is just one small part of it. That's just my opinion, right? But it's based in data.
Thank you very much. I'd be curious to know what Donald thinks about this, if you wanted to speak a little bit, Donald, because with you, in my case, that's when I had the first experience with energy. And I don't think this is happening without your intention. I was curious to see if you wanted to comment on this.
I think when you're healing a person and you're directing, depending what discomfort they have, you would use intention. But in a room with people, your intention is just be happy, and that can go across the room without you specifying who it goes to. So, and like when I do my standing meditation in a group of people, they can feel it. And I think it's, some of it is how you're standing or how close you are to the person or what you are thinking of. Because whatever you're thinking of right around the room, it's if you're happy, even with animals, when you're happy and you're playing with the dog, they can feel your happiness, even though you're not intending to make them happy. But when you're mad, the dog will also know, without you trying to express it. They have feelings. Everything has vibrations.
So our thoughts and our emotions and all of that convey, this information that we can call, and I would just like to remind people, we're moving out of the either or thinking to the both and thinking. So in the case of things like placebo, for example, it's never been that something is placebo or it's active treatment. It's an interaction, right? So I really hope that we start seeing more of that exploration of the data, looking at the interaction of these so-called non-specific or placebo factors, whatever you want to call them, with what we call the quote active treatment.
That makes me think about the study. You mentioned one of Anne Baldwin's study, but she did another one, right, where she had people intending to make a heart field connection with horses, and found that the heart rate variability, that there was synchronization with the horses. And that comes to me in this conversation. And I'm also curious because horses tend to be very calm as long as you're coherent. It doesn't matter if you're happy. If you're angry and you're owning the fact that you're angry, there's something different that happens than if a person approaches a horse and they're suppressing their feeling. Something about being really authentically present in their current experience. Is there anything in all of your study of biofields that you could talk about in that way?
Well, I will tell you that a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, we took a delegation to India to explore this this question of collective biofields in spiritual practice. And so we actually got a wonderful donation from Ariel Garten and Muse to take these headsets out, and our scientists developed clever ways, not easy, I won't bore you with the details, it was very low tech way to synchronize the headsets so that we could look to see whether we see coherence between brain waves. So not just heart-brain coherence here, but do we see coherence between us? And we collaborated with the Institute of Noetic Sciences on the study and actually found evidence for EEG coherence between brains during particular meditative practices. Now, and I've been dying to publish this study, and my scientists say, no, Shamini, we can't publish it unless we do it 6 more times. So I'm like, okay, well, I get it, but this is important. So, so this is, but I think there's, again, talking about how do we expand this understanding of biofield out beyond just the I, me, mine, right? I think there are opportunities to be looking at collective biofields in this way and our impact on others and our relationship with animals and the earth. Certainly some of the earthing studies are doing that to some degree, but the earthing studies have been mostly done with grounding mats, right? With devices. We really could use some great studies, and this would be a great project even for a graduate student, right? To look at these indigenous or time-honored traditions of what we call grounding practice in the spirit, mind, body realm, with Tai Chi, Qigong, and certain meditative practices, as these were grounding practices, right? So what happens when people engage in that? What's their experience like, and how does it affect their well-being? We actually don't have any studies on that, sadly.
I think I saw a question from, go ahead, Hal.
No, Shamini, I wanted to ask you about something. So we can train, and Heiner and Lori, and I know, and I don't know Donald, but perhaps you do this too. Train people in developing techniques to diagnose and treat and heal using internal energy flow. And you've been talking a lot about measuring external energy flow. I mean, but do you envision a complementary, a parallel series of techniques that can be used? So far, you talked about somebody being gifted with the ability to do this, but
it's trainable. Yeah.
Right. So is it trainable, and do you have an idea of how to do this?
I love this. I mean, I think this is essential for humanity at this point. We just don't need to rely on anything that we perceive to be outside of us to foster our healing. I know that many of the modern energy practitioners are now also interested in energy self-care, what they call energy self-care. But our time-honored traditions have been doing this for thousands of years. I mean, it's the basis of yoga, and I'm not a Tai Chi or Qigong practitioner, but I suspect that's the point of it, right? The practice too. Part of the point is to be able to self-diagnose in this way and move energy in a way that fosters more harmony and health. So I think it's essential. It's certainly an area that we're interested in the Consciousness and Healing Initiative. I think a lot of our scientists have just been focused on this external energy part. Many of them do studies on, for example, Lorenza Cohen, who I mentioned, is distinguished chair and head of the Center for Integrative Medicine Research Center at MD Anderson. And so he's gotten NIH funding for Tibetan yoga practices and other types of internal practices for cancer patients. And interestingly, those are less controversial. You get more opportunities to get funding for those studies because they can just be chalked up to meditation in the brain and, whatever reductionist explanation the funders are comfortable with, and that's okay. But to answer your question, I think both are essential. And from a science perspective, I think that because the external energy stuff pushes the envelope a little bit in terms of the energy aspect of this or the biofield aspect of it, that's why there has been this focus in the community of really beginning to explore that. But from a clinical and practical perspective, you're your own healer. So anything that we can do to teach people how to do that, that's
Right.
number one.
But my question was, can you teach people how to do external healing? Can you teach people
yes.
to do that, including the long distance, from
Yes.
Type of that you're talking about? And if you can, then are the processes, are the techniques similar to what you would use for internal? Are they different? Can you start to, are they different types of Qigong and yoga and mindfulness and meditation techniques that are used for internal awareness, or are there a different set of techniques?
That's a great question. I certainly don't have the full answer to that question, and I suspect it would be useful for us to actually have dialogues with our community around this question if we really want to address it. One thing that just popped into my mind was the Kundalini yoga practice is taught by Yogi Bhajan, right? Where he has sort of the internal and external practices as well. And certainly the internal practices are great and can be personalized in some way. As I understand the Satnam Rasayam practice, it's essentially about holding presence, and there's no directing or, sort of protocols as there are in some practices, but literally holding presence. And yet there appears to be this connection again that we were talking about, the internal and external. But certainly if you talk to pretty much any healing practitioner that I've talked to, this is trainable. And a lot of the Western methods are about training people to feel and sense energy, both internally and then also with others. So, but where those similarities and differences might lie, there's so much we could do. I mean, our dream is to begin to really do a wonderful cartography, even of the ancient traditions themselves, on their understandings of the different nuances of energy. As far as I know, Hal, and the group, maybe you know more than I do about this. I don't know if there has even been much sort of cross-cultural cartography of even, say the Vedic perspectives and some of the classical Chinese medicine perspectives on energy and the energy meridians, the nadis, and things like that. I've only seen a few papers, but not very much at all.
No, in fact, we before COVID hit, Larson and Srini and I put together a proposal that we got funded to have a small conference to begin to talk about cross-culturally about Indian and Chinese theories of energy circulation and healing.
Oh, fabulous. Oh,
Um,
that's great.
Maybe we'll even have it. Everything got postponed. So
Yeah. Well, it will happen in its right time. That's great. I'm so glad y'all are doing that. I hope to be a fly on the wall for it.
you bet.
I think I noticed a little while ago, Donald Wong had a question too. I don't know if we ended up answering that accidentally or not.
Maybe no.
Um, if Donald doesn't have anything to say, I just wanted to thank you for your talk because it was really beautiful, and it's something that I'm working a lot with now is, conducting reductionist science in a way that can capture the this energetic essence of these practices. So I'm really looking forward to learning more about what sorts of outcome measures that you recommend for clinical studies, and you were talking about developing global guidelines for these studies. So is that something that I just need to check back on your website?
I would say, keep in touch with us. The Consciousness and Healing Initiative. In terms of, how to select outcome measures, I recommend, if you're looking for sort of things in the mental, emotional, space, that you hone and just sort of decide what's the population you're looking at, and then just start doing some research on what are the best validated measures, what are psychotherapy interventions looking at, depending on, again, what it is. And you want to assess the reliability and validity of those measures, and there are ways to do that.
Right.
You go to the literature. I'm sure you know this. So
I'm familiar with kind of general outcome measures, but I was just curious, especially if there's any particular biomarkers that might, you might have
that might be sensitive to change. It again depends on your population, because biomarkers are different in different populations. So we tend to hang our hat on what are the clinically relevant biomarkers that we would expect to see change within the duration of the intervention and that don't have too much heterogeneity. I'll give you an example. When we did our study with fatigue breast cancer survivors, they were anywhere from 1 month to 10 years post-treatment. And one thing we discovered, which we didn't realize would be the case, sometimes you learn as you do these studies, was that their VEGF levels were all over the place. In other words, there wasn't a lot of consistency in that particular biomarker for vascular endothelial growth factor. And it may have had to do with the fact that some of them were all different stages. They were all, different time points from their cancer diagnosis. They had different types of treatments. So you have to really get into the patient population and dig in. And this is why you collaborate, right? This is why you start reaching out to people in the psychoneuroimmunology space or immunology space and ask them, what could be a reliable biomarker? I want something that, is going to kind of hang together, that's sort of similar for this population, but that is still sensitive. But we're seeing these effects on, on immune factors, cytokines, hormones. You can measure things in saliva. You can measure things now with cheek swabs. I mean, there's a lot you can do now that we couldn't do even 10 years ago. So that's the good news. You can measure the microbiome now pretty easy too.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Well, thank you so much. Just being conscious of time. We've kind of, it's obvious we could keep going for quite a while with this conversation. I'm sure we will in research and in other venues. But I wanted to thank you again, Dr. Jain, for coming in and giving us this fantastic talk and talking with us tonight, answering all these wonderful questions. And we look forward to seeing more of your wonderful research and more from your project, the CHI project, in the future.
Well, thank you. It's been my honor. Thank you, and happy holidays to everybody. I hope you have a lovely close to 2021 and a wonderful start to 2022. Take care. Thank you.
Yes, if you're going to have expensive jewelry, you might want to put it in a safe. Yes, you would. I think that sounds reasonable. For 200 points, it's as for safe. Yeah. Some females like to put the jewelry in a big purse. That sounds like a good bet. Let's see if it's up there. Key is for purse. There it is. 900 points for you, 2,900 for them across the street. But you're just starting right. Specifically, a heart attack. However, because there was no torch found in the victim's body, we are left questioning whether Stephen Langham was up that volcano alone. Whether someone was there with him, someone who needed his torch to make their journey back to this observer. Protecting of being round two. Hoping the rest of the team was ever there first moves in, first rise. Inform men ASAP. They got a treatment, stores of it should meet us there on site. Get on the horn with fire. We're gonna need help evacuating that building. All I want is a nice long bath and a vat of Purell. We are making progress with this over left hand and more close, but I'm sorry, you just gotta give us some more time. Okay, we might have some issues. Hold on a second. Combination of imbecilin-sulbactam, ticagrelor-clavulanic acid, and fourth-generation cephalosporins. This culture started with 70% E87 stock. Then I dosed it with a new antibiotic cocktail. It's attacking the virus. It shrunk to 8%. As a treatment. Lewis, looks like we got something. We'll replicate as quick as we can and send CDC scientists your way, but do anything we can to report contact. this ring when I was going through a really hard time in my life. And when she's going through a hard time, she has it. We pass on this ring because we know we're always there for each other. It's our sisterhood. Celebrate your extraordinary love story. Save 20%. Jared, love brilliantly. It's everything I wished for. I told you she'd live a new 5G phone for cricket. It's everything you wished for. The cheese is sour cream, every bite is better, every time, every tear, every moment together. But all to taste the good It's the holiday mystery sale at JCPenney. Hurry in store. We're giving away coupons every day while they last. You can get an extra 30, extra 40, or even an extra 50% off. Just peel off the coupon to reveal your deal. Better stock up. The gifts are in the savings. JCPenney. This year, take the time to melt into your holiday moments with Lindor. Irresistibly smooth chocolate from the Lindt Master Chocolatier. This is new Special K dipped with crunchy flakes dipped in creamy chocolatey goodness and topped with real almonds. New Kellogg's Special K dipped. Do what's delicious. Socks are the #1 most requested item in homeless shelters. Underwear is #2, and t-shirts are #3. That's why we make incredibly comfortable socks, underwear, and t-shirts. And we donate one for every one you buy.
Of all the things that made Scrooge count, he most disliked running and striding about. Until he discovered the Peloton trail. Sprinting and lifting sweat dripped from his head. His legs sang out like a Christmas choir. This Scrooge #on fire. Now Scrooge around the holidays, no doubt. When your workout's a joy, it's a joy to work out.
The original eau de parfum, Yves Saint Laurent. Happy holidays. At Macy's, the fragrance destination. It's Macy's one-day sale now with deals of the day. 60 to 70% off coats. The perfect boots 100 and under. And comforter sets just $19.99. Plus everyone Macy's money for every $50 spent.
Chicago PD. I'm not coming in. You shoot, and I will shoot. Then I won't. 21 George, advise responding to the offender 6 floors down the side of the building here. I just want to talk. Okay, can I come in there and do that? No, do not come in. It's either me talking or you and I shooting. Believe me, whatever you're here to do, it's better with me in there keeping them out. What's it gonna be? Okay, come in, but slowly. And drop the weapon. Let me see it. Okay, let me see it. Yeah, give me my gun. So give me my gun, okay? Very slowly. Here, I'm going in. I'm gonna keep this line open. Keep away the line. Try to get eyes out. All right, here I come. Okay, slowly. Yep. Moving real slow. Turn around. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Closer. Turn back around. Slowly. I can get you in. Do it. Then I need that coming up and copy that. Fire, make sure this building's evacuated, then get a point of the start. Hostage overfire, one blackout. Antibiotic, viable producer on site where it was. I know, great. I can't give you talk. Like, what you do with your own human help me. My brother's inside. A couple of things. Stay out of the way, follow my lead. Okay. Be calm. So why are we here? What's going on? How can I help you, Dr. Selman? I'm a bad person. I just need to show you. I need them to see so that the whole world can see. Okay, see what? See that this is how the world's going to end. Thousands of strains of bacteria that we don't know how to combat. This bacteria kills people so fast they don't have time to know that they're dying. So you see, cures funding these people. That's right. I mean, because there's no money in it. Or should they fund it as Viagra substitute? These diseases exist. Diseases that can wipe out the whole world. So I showed them. I mean, it's like for the few to save them anything now. It's their choice again. Now they choose. See now, it's a bullet. Or to trust me this time. A bullet, or I cut them. I give them the bacteria. And then my research, the research that they didn't want to fund, that's what cures them. It's their choice. A bullet to die, or my research to live. No, it's much too late for that. It's time for you to decide, sir. What's your choice? Hold on. I'll help you put your ready. Come on, Dr. Sullivan. I believe you. So let me do it.
That's right. Throw back the knife. Okay.
Also just got himself just flipping. I do not have a shot.
Don't move. I need you to get set for a high conversion shot at the ceiling. No joy, repeat. No joy on my order.
Copy.
You're going to take this. You spray on it. Pick it up. Pick it up and spray it.
Say a CPT like this, you got somewhere to cool off the adrenaline? Yeah, Kim invited me to go grab some drinks with him and some other guys. Oh, yeah, let's go. Got a fun ways to get your breath back.
Hey, kitty cat.
Did you get to my phone, Mommy, tonight? Thanks. I just kind of want quiet time.
I think I'm ready for home.
All right.
Do you want to come with me?
Fear is a funny thing. Some of the time, it brings out the worst in people. But fear also brings out our very best. We certainly saw that today. Their love, loyalty, care, and kindness. Their support, generosity, and appreciation. And for a certain few among us, fear brings out something different. Their choice to be heroic, to stand steady, to hold on to each other, to find a way to hold on to hope and to lean on each other like
Look at this, man. What? Life. What? Nothing. Just that we just started this shit, and it's the same one. It's a coffee place, no. I'm just saying, all this caffeine you're drinking is starting to spread a lot, though. Probably Park. Ford wants us to knock on some doors, see if we can't find any witnesses to that string of home invasions. All right, one of my homes in patrol told me about that. Two guys masked up, so that should be it. Last night's hit was the third one this week. Crawford's nervous enough about it. He wants intelligence to take over, so here we go. We can do that. You know what? I don't have a problem with coffee. I have a problem without coffee. Copy that. Let's go. They saw someone go really low. Okay. Damn, sorry about that, sir. Sorry.
There's coffee on the floor. You gonna clean that up?
Yes, ma'am. What you do now? Oh, I'm sorry. Just got a little spill. No, that ain't okay. It's the worst report I've ever had. Get something to clean this up. Now. Yes, sir. Oh, man, it's just an accident. I think it'd be all tough on the kid. No, I ain't. Look, everybody has the right to be dumb. The kid, he's their privilege. Know what I mean? I remember the time. I'm telling you, dog, you damn near got to do it that way. Right. Recovery. More stress. Make them tough, dog. Doesn't make them tough, though, really. I mean, if the rules don't need to go further, I'm not saying that they need my approval. I just don't like the bullying of recruits. Not bully, but I understand why you say that. Because you didn't have something to say. So you're like, I'm fired at the 3,000 block of Southwell State. Albany Park. That's 2 minutes away. 5021 Ida, we're close by. We're going to roll on that job and play close. Hands up, hands up, hands up. Right there. You stay right there. I got him. Are you ready? Huh? No, it's not mine. It's my uncle's blood. He's been shot. There's 2 more days. We need backup hand and ammo to the 3,000 block of Whale Street. Where's the shooter? He's still inside. No, there were 2 guys that were just and shot my uncle. Where did they go? They drove off in a silver SUV with some tags on it. Going down. 85 silver SUV. Fled this location. Vehicle matched the 6. Albany Park Prime broadcast. Okay, where's up? Inside our restroom. You stay right there. You get him? I need you to go around the back. He said, "Brady, you clear the place. I got him. All right, good. I got it. So my name is Officer Lee. Said we got an ambulance on the way. Just keep waiting. All right. Okay. Is that what shot you? Say it again. I don't understand. Where's the ammo? What PTA over ammo? Can you speak English? Can you tell me English? Come on. Come on. We're running point on this now. So what do we got? The victim's name is Nikolai Lukov. He had just opened the place up. He was telling receipts in here when a couple guys came in. They robbed him. Like the previous robbers in the area. The fingers fled in the silver. On the son, 17 years old. He actually flagged us down. He said when he walked up the fingers fled, he did catch a glimpse of one of them when they took their ski mask off. Describing his male like that. Yeah, came back clean. Persons in service calls too. Maybe somebody saw the sorry for your loss. I understand my brother said something in Bulgarian. Yeah. Look, I'm definitely butchering it, but it was Kupishi, son. Sorry, I can't understand that. Kupishi Chevy, maybe? Something like that. When I asked him to say it in English, I think I heard him whisper the word candles. Was it Kupishi Sveshti? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Okay, what's that mean? Means buy yourself candles. Hey, why do you think he said that? No praise. neighborhood saw anything, they wouldn't share it with you. Well, this isn't a market. Chicago's a little different. Is it? Let's go. All right, where we at on this? We knocked on a few doors, people dry. I thought if somebody would look out the window, I heard you kept chasing. Let me go get it for you. Appreciate that. Yeah, you got it? Yeah. You see this? Silver SUV bundle packs on the side there. Can we get this stuff? And we gotta win it. We gotta go find it. Convenience is king, yeah. Hey! Leave it alone. Relax, man. We're cops. You the owner? Yeah, I know who you are. Now get off my property. What is attitude about? But people like me, they get tired of cops like you. Listen, pal. We're investigating a murder. We think this vehicle might have been involved, all right? You ain't got a warrant. You need to leave. No, we don't need a warrant to be here. It's private property, so yeah, you do. Well, man, you sweating the small stuff that we don't really care that much about. We just want to make sure you got the paperwork for this. I'm not your friend. Now leave before I file a complaint. You've got quite the lip on you, huh? You know so much healing. We got it. All right, then. No problem. We'll come back. I want to see you again. You better have a warrant if you do.
Someone was coming by with you, but I don't know anything.
I didn't want to talk to you anyway.
Okay.
She's a good-looking girl, am I right? Seems nice. My son, she's too old for him, but it doesn't stop him from trying. How's he doing? Is he okay? He was close to Nikolai, so that wound won't heal for many years. To my brother's memory. What is that? Rakia. It's meant to be sipped. That's good to know. Let me ask you something now. How are we supposed to help you or anybody in this neighborhood? If someone saw something that would help, I know about it. Look, if someone sees something, they talk to us, like you. I'm afraid that's not how this neighborhood works. I told you the first time we met, people here are guarded. They come from an ex-communist state. They don't trust the police and their street cameras. They have their fill of both. So let's change that. Fine. That starts with us. Listen. This kind of thing doesn't happen in a vacuum, okay? Somebody had to eyeball this place before they robbed it. So if any of your employees haven't been interviewed yet, we need to do that. Not you, okay? Thanks. Here's our guy. John Moore. 5021 David to the unit standing by. Suspect vehicle is westbound from the location. If you see a violation, check with me. 2113, come down. Let's go. You up? Yeah, out of 380. tried to tuck it underneath the seat when I woke up. Oh, all right, you just made up for spilling my coffee. I didn't really do too much, sir. Sure about that? Because you're the one writing the paper. Hey, enjoy that paperwork. Pay attention. Yes, sir. All right. Oh, this is entrapment. Oh, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Here's the deal. You tell me about the crushed SUV, and I'm going to forget about the fact that you're chopping up stolen lines. No, you can forget it. I ain't telling you or your boy nothing about my business. My boy? I'm your boy? Yeah. Consider me not woke. There you go. Go. Go watch your mouth. Spit off. Huh? I tell you about stupid game. All right. What are you with me? Okay. The next thing I hear out of your mouth is an answer. All right. All right. Oh. It was a white dude, all right? I never seen him before. Didn't get a look at his face. He gave me $1,000 across the car. Okay. Any papers? No. The plates and VIN were already removed. And that's all I know, I swear. How do you leave? Uber or Lyft. He was using an app. Is that so hard? Hey. So I put hands on him. You see what you think? He's got a little split on his lip. Oh, good. No big deal. So what now? Well, he gave us workable information, so I think we just kick him. What? No. Can't do that. Are you serious? Seriously. Crew saw how it went down. Gotta take him down, book him for a gun. Well, the split lip. I mean, we're chasing this murder. I don't have time to write up paper. Okay. Settle crew did it. That clumsy put an offender in the backseat. That what happened, Levins? Sir? That what happened? Yes, sir. I'm just gonna write up the paper. It's fine. No. We got this. Go ahead and get your case. Doesn't know what he's agreeing to. Can you sure you're all right with this? Bruh. He is. I asked him, not you. And I'm speaking for him. We got to listen. If I ask him a question, you don't get the answer for it, all right? What is your problem? I don't have a problem. All right? I don't like putting people in situations that they don't want to be in. Okay? You know what? Screw it. I'll write the damn paper. But you need to mind your own business. How I treated Trey, my recruit, don't have anything to do with you. Domino's new oven baked dips are so new that we made a new commercial about their newness. New flavors like our cheesy marinara, baked apple, or hot and melty pie cheese with our not new but still delicious twist. Carry out Domino's new oven baked dips and twist combos or any 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each. The original eau de parfum, Yves Saint Laurent. Happy holidays. At Macy's, the fragrance destination. Smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in glaze. This season, give from the heart with 25 to 50% off. Don't miss the last big sale of the year and celebrate every gift with Jain. Save 40% on your first auto ship order at Chewy. Medical school was very stressful. I lost a lot of hair during that time. Nutrafol is 100% drug-free and it's natural. It was safe and effective. You can't argue with clinical proof. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com. This is the sound of nature breathing. And this is the sound of better breathing. Fasenra is a different kind of asthma medication. It's not a steroid or inhaler. Fasenra is an at-home treatment for asthma driven by eosinophils. It's one maintenance dose every 8 weeks. It helps prevent asthma attacks
Fasenra is designed to target and remove. Fasenra is not a rescue medication or for other eosinophilic conditions. Fasenra may cause allergic reactions. Get help right away if you have swelling of your face, mouth, and tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. This is the sound of Fasenra. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
I use Rakuten to get cash back and store online. I just go to shop online with Rakuten and I get cash back. I love using Rakuten in the home because it's a sale and I can get cash back. All the stores are having sales, they're doing extra cash back, there's coupons, it's just a deal. Here's happy savings. I'm definitely back to my holiday shopping. I don't want to family. I will get so easy and sign up today and get cash back at Rakuten.com. Cha-ching. Discovered self by setting up the word self-care. Watching my car and what to put up my self-care. Knowing self not only gave me the tools to build my credit, but it also gave me hope. Start your day with best 3 right and remote those to remote. Your smile will always be brilliant. 3D really 100% stain removal, 24 hours stain resistance to look in your smile. Crest, the number 1 face brand in America. Who's this guy? Gregory Barnes, 26, no criminal record. We think this is the guy that dropped off the SUV. It was his Uber wants to pick up at the auto salvage yard. You have family work ties to Albany Park? One that we can find. Hey, I need a word. Yeah. Down with the bloody lip. It's all I see her. What? Really? For that? Yeah. So it's making a lot of noise. All right. Did you file a report? Yeah. I made myself the hero. Which means I'm the only one that lied. All right, listen, man. I didn't mean for that. Well, it happened. And recruits can get dirty writing a report, which means he has no incentive to back me up. You think you're wrong? He's a recruit, bro. What you think? He catches abuse, gets caught off. Jobs are good. No recourse. No problem. No, boss. I went to home. We're right by. So I'm working as a suspect. You serious? You don't think we should have our FOP reps on standby just in case? I think we should. Yeah, but we don't have to. 5021 hideout requested a few units for our location, non-emergency backup. And units come back. Is this a joke? Check that right there. Yeah, that's fine.
don't screw us, not go back. No, I might cause an issue. Do I need to get involved? I'm gonna handle it. Very good, do that. I don't know what you're talking about, all right? I didn't rob anybody. Why were you carrying a gun? Protection. It's a tough neighborhood. What about the SUV you dumped at the auto salvage yard? What about it? And some guy sold it to me cheap. That's a bucket that was barely running, worth more scrap metal. You see, that's funny because the guy at the salvage yard said it was you that paid him, not the other way around. He's lying. So what's the name of the guy you sold it to? I don't know. It's a black pig. Never seen him before. Or since? Of course not. Listen. They ain't just robberies once a man dies. You understand? So if you want the shooter, now's your chance to speak your piece. No more questions. I want a lawyer. Okay, anything else? I mean, Barnes grew up in Chicago, but since he's got no criminal record, there's no associates in our database.
You guys flashed another radar. There's no social media. It's stolen, and the ballistics doesn't match. So unless we can tie him down on the robbery in a more specific way, that nothing but a misdemeanor gunshot or not.
What about the scene? You say someone taking off his mask. Raise for the light. It's one of them. It's written to tell us. I'm just not sure. There's no rush. I just don't see the guy. I'm just not sure. It's okay. You tried.
Boss, I found something interesting. When I was transcribing the rest from the voice statements, Basil's bartender Chelsea Roberts shared the same street address as Barnes, an apartment complex over in Canaryville.
Well, that's huge.
It was years ago and they lived in separate apartments, but they knew each other. Take a look at Chelsea Roberts' social media account. This is her with Barnes, like 3 months ago.
Hold down the tree, put a hold on Barnes. Have Halstead up and bring her in. Hey, Sarge, we need to put a hold on Barnes. How long ago? All right, thank you. He bonded out an hour ago. Right, you and Cap go grab him. Nice work, Rojas. Yeah, it's Cap. Tough boy. Came up dry. Barnes isn't at home, and we'll track him down. Hey, Lord said Barnes stopped by, grabbed a few things, then he took off. That man ain't stupid. He knew we on his ass. Yeah, she also said she's looking out her window. She sees this suspicious white guy sitting in his car watching Barnes. Could be a partner in crime. Oh, thanks. Barnes didn't seem to know he was there.
Why am I here? What's going on? Why don't you tell us about Gregory Barnes? Barnes, it doesn't sound familiar.
Doesn't sound familiar. Funny draped all over him in that picture. Somebody had to tell Barnes in his apartment who the ultimate part targets would be, Chelsea.
And a bartender in a place like that probably heard a lot of locals bragging about stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. A man has died, Chelsea. Are you sure you want to keep playing this game with us? I didn't know anyone would be killed, but they were. But I shouldn't have told him about the money that the owner kept at the restaurant, but Peter kept bragging about how well the place was doing, and And I was scared for the future. Here's your eyes. The babies.
Chelsea.
I think they should probably just go away. Sure, we can do that. We can't help you after that. So it's up to you. I can't go to jail. You're gonna go to jail. But what you say to us now will make a big difference as to how much time you're gonna spend there.
When was the last time you saw Mars, Chelsea?
Twas the night before Christmas, the strangest Christmas ever. No way! There's heartache and heartbreak, real estate and romance, and the threat of evictions on Christmas Eve. Oh, come on. Not to mention cops. They're arresting Santa Claus and Chris Green. Crazy. Oh man, I really hope things get out of control. You know that Christmas, right? We should grab several. Now here, I Learn Holiday Movie, a new week's on Sunday.
Did you know that even after you sanitize a surface, every touch can leave new bacteria behind? That means you can be right back where you started. Break the cycle with Microban 24. Just spray once and your surfaces are protected against bacteria all day. Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for up to 24 hours. These leading disinfectants do not. Use a sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. Microban 24.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees, but Domino's is adding up to $50 million in surprise frees to online delivery orders. I tried some unique ways to tell people they're getting free food. Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there, with collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus Lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue. Yeah. Hey, Keenan. Looking good. Feeling good. I just found all these cars on Auto Trader. A dealer is going to deliver this car to our home. And celebrate every kiss with K. This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today. Smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold. For avocado, sustainability comes first. We handcraft our organic mattresses, pillows, and bedding in our own organic certified facility in Los Angeles, where our team shares a singular purpose:
to raise the bar for what it means to be a sustainable business. Discover the most trusted organic mattress today at avocadomattress.com. Our dogs deserve the best treats for being good all year. So this holiday season, give them Zoo Treats. All of them tasty and made with natural ingredients. Buy 3 bags of Blue Treats, get 1 bag free at PetSmart.
What do eyes and less asthma? More guts. Teamwork. Long walks. That's how you do more with Dixon, which helps prevent asthma attacks. Dixon's not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing. In as little as 2 weeks, it can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dixon can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection, and don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dixon. No sign of forced entry, so the shooter probably knocked on the door. Smart move hidden here. In a place like this.
Never like yours.
Carter probably got nervous after the arrest. Waits outside Bond's apartment, falls into a scene hotel, pops him. Ties off the gate. Dead to the hip. Hopefully they can find footprints we can untie us.
Hey, you got a minute?
For you, Trudy? I think I get 10. What's up?
You picked up a complaint on a training officer by the name of Warner.
Yeah, I did. I haven't had a chance to give the file a read yet. What's your interest?
He's one of mine. Good police. Intelligence walled off the arrest to him. If you dig too deep, others are in the line of fire. It'll get messy.
These things always do.
So, can we police our own? Maybe make this go away?
Go away? No, but not if there's any substance to it. This guy's lawyer, he's going to want to get his pound of flesh.
Well, we've got history, you and I.
Best I can offer. I'm only floating this because of that.
Let me know what this is. We'll see what I can do.
All right. What do we got? Thanks for finding a comparable prints in the motel room.
I might have something.
Okay.
I took a deep dive into barn cell records, figured if he's got him set up. He said,
Your name?
yes. Recently paroled from state bill for armed robbery and exchanged gunfire with cops last time they arrested him.
All right, let's get his address from his parole office. I want a confirmed visual before we grab him. Anything? Negative. No sign of him yet.
Hey, we've lost the eye. There's a delivery truck that just landed and blocked us.
Doesn't look like he's going to stick around.
No, just dropping off his assets run.
Is that nice?
I can't tell.
Let us know if you want us to move fast.
Nah, that'll take too long. I'm just gonna do a walk by.
At least step out on foot. She's going to get a visual.
Should I stand much room on them?
Son of a bitch. Former staff sergeant with Air Force. Madison John, assigned special forces. Sergeant. All right. They know sacrifices. They were I recommend they become quality. They were the first to be verified organization that set strict quality security standards. Nature made. Number one, pharmacists recommend minute supplement. Provide complete nutrition, strength, and energy. 27 vitamins and minerals. How interesting is your complete? The community. Last year, green rights. Your nose for relief right away. You are. Domino's new oven baked out their newness. Try new flavors. Marinara baked out. Fried chicken. New but still delicious. Domino's oven. The scrubbing feels work. Formula removes up to taco grease forever. Or cooking it more often means it releases into the air. So you last morning. Way to keep your home smelling fresh. The grease fabric. The grease formula deeply penetrates fabrics to eliminate trapped food odors as it dries. Spray the grease fabric refresher when you home smells fresh. The grease helping you buy. Everybody now the winter Anything?
No, nothing. We've done a thoroughbred search.
How do you break containment?
There was none.
Adam. You do realize that if patrol had actually rolled on this, we would have the son of a bitch right now. I know. But whatever this is between you and them, just put it to bed. And do it fast. Yes, sir. What's up, Sarge?
We need to end this crime.
Okay. But I never told anyone not to roll when intelligence needed backup.
You didn't have to. They did it out of respect for you. I talked to IAD. Plead to unreported force, and you'll only get a 3-day suspension.
If I do that, I lose my training officer status. I gotta take the chance to recruit Sticks to the report.
And if he doesn't, or recruit, they're gonna press him hard. And he probably can't stand you. So why would he be willing to put his career on the line for this?
Look, I shouldn't be in this position, but
You are.
what's this?
It's from Mosaic. There's a week's pay in there. It is more than enough to cover the 3 days. And after you do them, you can test the judgment. By then, eyes will be off this and IAD will clear it. Listen to me, Warner. It's gonna take a bit, but I can make you whole on this if you let me.
No, no thanks. This Rosé guy showed me no respect. Makes his bitch like because he works upstairs. We're both blue. Why does he get a pass?
Okay? What do you need?
Listen, thank you. Serious? We realize this is a bad time. We'd like to show some photos to Peter, please. We're trying to build a case against the second member of the robbery crew. An ID from Peter would solidify it. It's important. Hey, Peter. He's chucking no blue timing on you. No, they want to show you some pictures. Should just take a look. I think these guys might be the second robbery. Anyone look like the guy that pulled up the ski mask? I'm not sure. Just take your time. Let's look again.
Don't recognize him. Sorry.
Go check on your aunt. Thank you.
Anything else?
No. I know how hard this has been. Is he okay? He thinks it's his whole life that his mouth brought us this misfortune. So the answer is no. He's not okay. None of us are.
Sarge, take a look at this.
What do you got?
I pulled the pod footage to find out how in the hell Cranston broke containment.
You zoom in on the plate?
I did. It's registered to a woman named Gina Morales.
She had a car resurface yet.
No, and the GPS is disabled.
Oh, you still got it.
I think so. I put her up all on.
Yeah, check her home address, see if someone has a number we can ping and track herself.
Yeah, good. You ever had a dim notification like this?
It's never easy to tell somebody, hey, because I would be too.
Maybe you won't have to. It's not her fault.
Yeah.
All right, so I bet you let her go and she was too scared to report it.
Well, Ernest was in the house. Let's take it back. I got the front. Baby, go. Smart move. Walk down the stairs. What do you need?
recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets quality standards. Nature Made, #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
I'll buy it.
Great. 1,000.
Let me steep, but I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I got $400 here in cold cash, and I got my Nana's wedding ring.
What?
You like ocean stuff? Fresh frozen lobsters. Yeah, basic. Never negotiate with strangers again. Room offered 12,000.
Yeah, and I didn't have to haggle.
Sell your car entirely online on Vroom.com.
Espresso virtues with a fun coffee with one touch of human technology. A smooth crema for exceptional coffee every day. Espresso virtues. Sam's anxious he won't be approved for that personal loan. So, but that changes now. Sam looks for Karma Comfort. Using hand-selected personal loan offers with outstanding approval odds. Apply with Karma Confidence today. What if smartphones were smart? The all-new Google Pixel 6 with a 24-hour adaptive battery that sends power precisely where you need it. Google
Wrinkles send the wrong message. Help prevent them with Downy Wrinkle Guard. Feel the difference. On my travels, with water dripping from the ceiling, you never know when something like this will happen. So let the Geico Insurance Agency help you with homeowners insurance and protect yourself from things like fire, theft. Now, if I had to guess, I'd say somewhere upstairs there's a broken pipe. Save more on vital home and car insurance at geico.com.
With 25 to 50% off everything. Don't miss the last big sale of the year and celebrate every day. And this is for Cooper. You shouldn't have.
Oh, we had to get up on something.
And on your phone. Last minute gifts, shopping, gift cards, and more at Chewy. Don't just clean it. Clean it. In-home sanitizer kills sanitizer also kills the virus that causes COVID-19. Underwear is #2, and t-shirts are #3. Underwear and t-shirts. And we donate one for everyone. We've donated over 50 million items so far. Comfort for you. Comfort for those in need. Comfort for all. Get 20% off your first purchase at .com. Dior, the new fragrance. Dior. At Macy's, the fragrance destination. 'Twas the night before Christmas, the strangest Christmas ever. There's heartache and heartbreak, real estate and romance, not to mention cops. Chris Kringle, Crazy, a new week on Christmas. New Sunday, 8/7 Central on IOS.
Robbery, kidnapping, and murder. That's a felony trifecta. Murder.
know what he told you, but it was Barnes that shot that old man, not me. Barnes. Yeah. Look, you don't believe it? Put me in a cell with him. I'll wear a wire. In here with your own ears. You want me to sell with Barnes? Yeah. He's an idiot. He panicked. Gun went off when he was trying to push the old man away. But Chris, I had to tell him he had the gun after he used it. He was going to hold on to the thing. Oh, come on. Don't blame me for stupid. I know you picked him up yesterday. You tell me it wasn't you followed Barnes from the motel after he did. What are you talking about? Look, this guy is a hell of a actor. He really doesn't know Barnes is dead.
Maybe he doesn't. His cell phone GPS puts him at home during the time of Barnes' murder.
You sure about that?
Yeah, she's right.
He said landlord saw a guy talking Barnes right after he bailed out. Yeah, but we couldn't confirm with the footage from the spots outside Barnes' apartment. There was no sign of Cranston or his car. Maybe we're not looking for Cranston.
Is everything okay?
There's. I said go upstairs. What's this about? Okay, she's first. You're probably last words. Lighting still candles, right? See, I think he meant it as a curse, like candles for your funeral. He wasn't asking for forgiveness. It was a plea for vengeance, right? What type of man wouldn't want vengeance? I just found that under Peter's mattress. It's a 9mm. Same caliber used to kill Barnes. What's the chance the ballistics will match? It's mine. Then why would you put it under Peter's mattress? You want a confession? I'll give you one. It's my gun. I'm the one who killed that man. But you didn't. Your son did. Peter did recognize Barnes in that lineup. He just said he didn't. Because he wanted revenge. To earn back your respect. I've already told you. I'm the one who did it. My son is involved. Footage of Peter sitting in this car. A block from the motel where Barnes was murdered. Man's dead, but still. I can't just ignore that. Why? Is Chicago worse because of it? Please. This is on me. Even though I didn't pull the trigger, I'm the one responsible. Nothing until I catch up.
I couldn't completely resolve the music issue. Warner has an ask that is way beyond my pay grade.
Tell me. calm does not suit me. Yeah, that's it. How was that what this is then? You just can't take the calm. I don't know. I'm sorry. Thought I could handle it. But you didn't. This thing between you and Patrol, it has got to end. I know. I wanted to. And I'll do anything. Yep. That's good to know. Follow me. Yo, word is losing his badge for 3 days over this. I know. I gave him money to try and take the sting off that. Yeah, well, he wants more than your money. Are you serious? Respect. He's a big guy, so. What's this, right? Nice. Here, good for this stuff? Yeah, that's good. So how long you been volunteering here? Since it started about 6 months or so. They used to build farm equipment here. They used to make things in Chicago. But then the plants closed and all those jobs. Yeah, here we are. It's great for these guys, all right? Yeah. You wouldn't believe what we found when we were clearing this out. Needles, all that. No wonder the city gave it to us for free. But, you know, safe space. Place for kids to learn how to grow things straight from the ground. It's a big deal. Hey. That's right. When I say it's right. I'll be back. Anyway, I want you to help me to spread some manure. Turkey crap, to be exact. 2221 in Minnesota citywide. Save it about. We're getting multiple calls of shots fired in the area of 4,000 neighbors. North Lawndale. No further. 4 blocks. Left on neighbors, couple blocks down. All right. Yeah. Copy that. It's 21 George's phone. 21 George, let's see. I'm at 4,400 neighbors. Yeah. Okay, how many gunshots you hear? 4, maybe 5. You see anybody run out? Anybody with a gun? No, sir. I heard voices and then shots and then nothing. All right, they should go back inside. Stay away from the windows. 21 George, defendant possibly still inside. 21 George, I'm going dark. Stay here.
looks like a dope hit going wrong. Kids weren't supposed to be inside. I think the offender kicked in the door and he just stumbled across the kids by mistake. Cover his tracks. Yeah. In the living room, I found the two local kids, David Tatum and Aaron Powell. They're both shot in the head. Everybody was done at close range. Third kid, maybe, he's uninjured.
Yeah, they're taking him to Mex to get checked out.
Right, did he see anything? He's taking a pee. He was in the bathroom the whole time. That's what saved him. Before I found him. He talked to control. He said that he heard the shots, but he didn't see anything. Guy guarding the door, his ID is Rayford Godfrey. He's a muscular split soldier. I think he died immediately. Guys on the corner said that Ray was soft for the kids, so he probably just let him in and play video games. Yeah. West Side Hustlers, this is their joint. It's a stash house, flop house, etc. Shot callers around the block. His name's Kareem. He's one of the talk to us.
Well, we're running point on this. So neighbors, dogs, the mains, the ends, we run it all down. iPod, shots, spotters.
Not on the block.
Who's staying with the
These people need answers. We're gonna give them to them. Watch it.
Goals, whatever you need to do, okay? This is real. Kareem, it's my Sergeant Hank Boyd.
And I don't sit down with no copper phone. I won't tell a soul. We need to talk about what happens now, Kareem.
Man, this is not peace, okay?
What happened today typically requires a certain response from you.
One of those babies was my nephew.
Sorry, but I can't even imagine that feeling. But I need time, Kareem, to do this by the book. And that's not for me or you. It's for this neighborhood. Because we need to be able to walk back in here and tell these people, we got them.
You know what's alternative? That's not gonna bring those kids back. Let me ask you something. You trust me?
I don't need forever. Wait a second, I'm not done. This whole thing, it started out as a burglary, right? And this is not a competition where you do boots on the ground. What you're trying to do is turn lights on. Rex already with this thing in there, airtight. It's already there. This is a completely different thing. This is what comes next. Centralized database. That's our stuff plus FBI, State Department, ICE, DMV. That is 600 million images, all filtered through precision biometrics, locality sensitive hashing. I know it's a lot. But Hank, the ACLU hates this thing. So do the bad guys. That tells you everything you need to know. This is going to be the bridge from mapping faces to mapping behavior. We're going to be able to read emotions, whether people are experiencing joy, fear, jealousy. You can read that emotion? Here he is, with 99.64% certainty, Marcus Jerome West, 27.
Can you map 765 Hope?
There's a half a mile from the city. First pitched at 16. Rap sheet is long. Drugs, burglary, gun enhancement. He's indexed in the gang database. Known associate of 312 O'Brien. 312. The leader of the squad in the project is out of jurisdiction, but I can confirm that side. Good. Okay, so this guy's got a long sheet. After drugs, guns. He's a documented gangbanger affiliated with the crew that works in the shadow of the hustlers, inspired to bigger things. That sounds right to me. Look, I'd like to get at you. But it's upside down. Miss Haney is the suspect before we've got a case. We got no evidence. We got no motives. Just hand it to your guy. This thing isn't even online yet. It's not official. I can't get a warrant. You're in Chicago and my brother's a magistrate. I would get you a warrant. Sorry. We got 2 murdered kids. Let's go get this guy before he's in the wind. All right, so let's do it.
What if smartphones were more than just smart? The all-new Google Pixel 6. With a 24-hour adaptive battery that sends power precisely where you need it. Google Pixel 6.
Surprise your whole family with the perfect holiday gift. Skechers. It's comfort everyone will love, from fun shoes for kids to stylish footwear for adults. Plus apparel and gift cards, all at an incredible value. Happy holidays from Skechers, the comfort technology company. You same day delivery, or free drive up, and leave with your holidays in the bag. Order today, get it today at Target. telling everyone. The secret to great teeth is having healthy gums. Crest Advanced Gum Restore detoxifies below the gum line and restores by helping heal gums in as little as 7 days. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Why hide your skin? If Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or atopic dermatitis under control.
Hide my skin? Not me.
By hitting eczema where it counts, Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, keeping you one step ahead of eczema. Hide my skin? Not me. And that means long-lasting, clearer skin and fast relief for adults. With Dupixent, you can show more skin with less eczema.
Hide my skin? Not me.
Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Serious allergic reactions can occur, including anaphylaxis, which is severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes or a parasitic infection. If you take asthma medicines, don't change or stop them without talking to your doctor. When you help heal your skin from within, you can change how your skin looks and feels. And that's the kind of change you notice. Talk to your eczema specialist about Dupixent, a breakthrough eczema treatment.
Our dogs deserve the best treats for being good all year. So this holiday season, don't give them the same old stuff. Give them Blue treats, all of them tasty and made with natural ingredients. Let's treat up for the holidays with Blue, available at Walmart. You have joy, you have joy, comfort and peace.
When I picture my dad, Josh, I remember his hands, strong, worn, and stained. That was years of hard work as a lumberjack. He put in long hours day after day, and he never complained. His commitment, work ethic, values, that's what really inspired me to create Josh Cellars. You know, that was a tribute to him. The goal is simple: produce the most delicious wine. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of hard work. And that's okay. Dad wouldn't have had it any other way.
Hey, Alyssa, tell me about the great savings I get at America's Best.
You never overpay at America's Best, where 2 pairs of glasses and a free eye exam start at just $69.95.
Nice. Alyssa, how much is that quality exam worth?
The exam alone is worth at least $50.
Hey, Alyssa, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who?
Who?
Brilliant. 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $69.95. It's not just a better deal, it's America's Best.
Book an exam today.
Look at him, Marcus. Look at him.
I don't got a clue what you're talking about, man. Right. More importantly, neither do you.
So you didn't kill those kids.
2 blocks away, see yourself after it happened. You're carrying a bag of drugs, guns, and cash, and you're running home.
That ain't me, man. Where'd you cash the bag? I'm telling you, man. That ain't me. No, what you're telling me is you don't know what you were doing when this went down. Where you were, who you were with. So if your conscience is clear, why'd you run?
Why'd I run?
Yeah.
From the cops. Until you said that, I thought we was vibing, man. Felt like you could really relate to my life. Poor black man in Chicago and all going after me. Like you would understand. But you would know. Poor black man in Chicago, cops bust your door, you wrong. Whether you did something or not. You go into one street, things happen. You get caught. You get away. Or you're dead. Because this street right here is so holy sometimes. You call me running.
we come before the Lord, praying for direction and discernment. The scripture says, weep with those who weep. Here we are all together. These boys belong to the world now. Their lives were not wasted. And because of their sacrifice, someone is going to get up, step up, stand up, and become a part of the solution. Amen. Listen, we got a car wash going on in support of the family and support of these boys. And so please take advantage of this. Oh, sir. I don't know him. You sure? You never seen the dude. He did it? So we doing this here? I'm just paying my respects, bro. But yeah, here, kids died, decorum goes out the window. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. Your time is running short. See all those people in there? That's a lot of pain. They don't expect it to come from you. They expect it to come from me. So, all right, hold on a second. Why don't we double it, okay? As long as you understand you buying a clean car and a proper burial for those boys. You ain't buying no goodwill and you ain't buying no time, man. We got 31 hours left to judge this car. You want to kill that? No kidding. I stuck my neck out on this thing. You don't even have a case. You know this is the guy 100%. So let me go in there and break. I'll get confession. Okay, get it done. All right, get up, Marcus. You not going now? No, it's over. What's over? I got 3 witnesses that put you on the block. And they lied. That ain't me. Look, I don't think you meant to kill anybody. You're a dope sick, you look in the store, you stumble across these kids. There's only one way that can go down. And it was probably the worst day of your life. No, man. Look, I wish I could take that away from you. I really do. I wish I could, but I can't. I'm a joke, man. I know lots of stupid stuff to feed my baby. I said, oh, all at once. Yeah, it's disease, Marcus. I ain't no angel, but I ain't no killer either. I ain't gonna tell you otherwise. No, sir. Things change real quick. Ever since this broke, I can't stop thinking about those boys. Playing video games. Just looking for a little fun. I wish they'd come to the garden instead. Maybe I missed them. Sorry, Carol. Maybe we all did. Hey, Jay. Nail this monster, okay? This ain't right, man. You quoted me on the one that I didn't even do. You know what comes next, right? What always gets out of you do. You have an alternative. Like what? You tell me the truth right now. Take you downstate. Let's eat for you. I told you the truth. Every stop. What's up? Signature good? You can go ahead. Walk-in customer. You let me know when you're ready to talk. It ain't me, man.
'Twas the night before Christmas, the strangest Christmas ever. No way! There's heartache and heartbreak, real estate and romance, and the threat of evictions on Christmas Eve. Oh, come on. Not to mention cops. You're arresting Santa Claus and sprinkles. Crazy. Oh man, everyone thinks they're out of control. I'm not that person, right? We should grab several plates. All year, I'll learn holiday movie. A new release on Christmas. Premiere Sunday, 8/7 Central on ION.
Take a moment to pause and ask, why did you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia?
I help others, but I need to help protect myself.
Honestly, I couldn't afford to get sick.
I want to be there for this one. I can't if I'm sick.
Pneumococcal pneumonia is a potentially serious bacterial lung disease. You may be at risk if you're 19 to 64 with certain chronic conditions, or if you're 65 or older. Don't pause a moment longer. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia today.
China's hospitals for children is awesome. My favorite people in China's are the doctors and the nurses because they help people through life.
Wow, I was a really cute kid. But it's true, Shriners Hospitals for Children is awesome. The first time I went to Shriners Hospitals for Children, I was 2 months old. Since then, they have helped me with over 18 operations and thousands of rehabilitation hours. Because of their care, now I live a full, independent life. I got my driver's license, and I'm going to college. Your monthly gift provides me and so many other kids with the care we need to just be kids. When you call right now and give just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable blanket as a reminder of the journey you helped me make and the journey you're helping other kids make too. Please, do me a favor. Pick up the phone and call this special number to get your monthly gift. Or go online to loveshiners.org right away to get your monthly support.
It's amazing to know that there's someone looking out for me and my family.
And it isn't just the doctors and nurses who have been looking out for me. It was you. When you call or go online to give, I know you care and are looking out for me and all my other friends at Shriners Hospital for Children.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
So let's keep this amazing story going with your monthly gift right now. What do you say? All you have to do is pick up your phone or go to loveshiners.org and you'll be a part of something special too. Thank you so much.
At Target, shopping has never been easier. Use same-day delivery, free order pickup, or free drive-up, and leave with your holidays in the bag. Order today, get it today at Target.
Good girl. And then you order Parfum Supreme by Carolina Herrera at Macy's, the fragrance destination.
My daughter has type 2 diabetes, and lately I've seen this change in her. Once weekly Trulicity is proven to help lower A1C. It lowers blood sugar from the first dose, and you can lose up to 10 pounds. Trulicity is for type 2 diabetes. It isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. It's not approved for use in children. Don't take Trulicity if you're allergic to it. You or your family have medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Stop Trulicity and call your doctor right away if you have an allergic reaction, a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, changes in vision, or diabetic retinopathy. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Taking Trulicity with sulfonylurea or insulin raises low blood sugar risk. Side effects include nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, which can lead to dehydration and may worsen kidney problems. Ask your doctor about once weekly Trulicity.
Meet Simply Almond. All natural, all simple ingredients, all the way to the top. Whoa, careful with all that deliciousness. Simply Almond. Honestly simple.
My mother gave me this ring when I was going through a really hard time in my life. And when she's going through a hard time, she has it. We pass on this ring because we know we're always there for each other. It's our sisterhood.
Celebrate your extraordinary love story. Save 20%. Jared, love brilliantly.
Find gifts you'll love to give as much as they'll love to get. Macy's Holiday Gift Finder.
Oh, yes, sir, I do understand. We have 11 hours left to make our case against Marcus West. We got him sweating in county, but all we got is a surveillance photo from the alley near the house, which the state's attorney is going to toss because the facial rec system we used to get it isn't even on the books yet. So where are we at connecting West to gang activity in North Lowville? We're gonna keep digging, boss. Good. DNA?
The volume's overwhelming. The whole West Side's been in and out of that house for years. They're shoveling as fast as they can. So far, no hairs, no fibers, no blood putting West inside that house. But I'm on top of it.
Have we tossed West's apartment yet?
Top to bottom.
No cash, no drugs, no nothing.
We'll find it.
Now, how about we do what we do? Evidence, motive, means. Stick to our rules. Build a case. A witness, a print.
Hank, there's a problem. Marcus West was attacked in county.
He was stabbed 7 times, but that's not the most pressing issue. His head injuries are so severe that we had to induce a coma, shut down brain function. It's the only way to minimize the swelling.
See you later.
I think so. How would he deserve, though? Almost.
Do everything you can for him. Everything. Got it. Inmate locked from county?
Yeah. Complete with pictures. Nothing jumps out. 68 of our best employees locked up with West last night. You can eliminate the frat boys from Paul, but other than that.
You gotta be kidding me.
You lied to me, Peter. How's that? You told me you didn't know who Marcus West was. You know exactly who he is. Had these outstanding warrants for 3 years. Come on, man. Listen to this BS. Criminal trespass and displaying fictitious plates.
So after 3 years, it's just weighing on you so bad, you decide to turn yourself in.
Come clean.
You think you just come and check into jail like it's a motel so you can get to Marcus West?
Some habits, you know.
Yeah, something happened. Sorry, Marcus West is in really bad shape. Anything from county? No. Ruzek's interviewing guys inside. Nobody's talking. Sergeant, did I? Did you what? I just wanted to make the case so damn bad. Did I go too far? Hey, we got 2 dead kids and a city that needs answers. We're on the clock and dying on the vine. That's why I jammed them up. Yeah, listen to me. Hey, you are a good cop with a good heart. It was the right play, you hear me? Right now, we gotta make a case against Marcus West before he wakes up. And it has got to be tight. Come on. Hey, see if Patrol missed anything. I want you to scrub this case from the top, you hear me? Start with talking to that kid again.
Yeah.
Hey, give me something.
Well, we pulled the supporting docs from the gang database listing, and there are a couple things that label West as a 312. He's friends with this guy named Ruben Jones, who lives over and around courts, and the gang database has this picture on Instagram. It shows Marcus and Ruben throwing up the same sign.
Ryan Court is only a half mile from the heart of the Hustler Surf. They get bigfooted around the Hustlers every day.
Ruben Jones' most recent offense was Smooth Academy.
And as you know, Sarge, it's the same drug selling during the murders.
So this whole thing will be 312 Orion playing the flag, trying to get in the game.
Right.
Yeah. All right, let's run it down.
Don't do that. Let's not get out there. I told you I wasn't gonna arrest you, but you want to do it the hard way. You got custody. What you want to say? This street life take discipline. This was never going to be the life of Marcus. Marcus is a user, and he steals. And on top of that, he ain't even good at it.
So if Marcus West isn't in the gang, how do you know?
We grew up together. You know, trick-or-treat, birthday parties, Little League. Garfield Park Green Drags. Y'all never heard of us. You saw, you know. Bro, y'all tripping. Y'all know where we at. Man, that's Orion Courts. Ain't no gang thing. That's a neighborhood thing. Okay, talk to me. All right, bro moved away a few years ago when his mom's passed. But he's always around. You know the reason why, though? AC. We got it. He don't. Man, when it get hot, he always around. Matter of fact, I just seen him the other day. He was over there passed out, snoring on the couch like a chainsaw. Probably hit that weed, had him out like a light. What day was that?
He's been through so much. He just went through this with the officers. I know, not like this. We need to go over everything in detail. Any little bit of information can change everything for us. This is a chance for Noah to be a hero. I can do it. Hey, Noah, I'm Kim. I was just reading what you told the patrol officers. Let's start from where you went to the bathroom, okay? Okay. So you go inside and you close the door because that's what you do when you pee, right? Okay. And that's when you heard the bad guy kick in the front door, right? Yeah. What do you mean, no?
So the kid did hear the door get kicked in.
Yeah, but not until after. After he heard the gunshots.
The guy's already in the house. Why did he kick the door? Because he let himself in. Look, he popped the guy watching the place stumble on the kids who weren't supposed to be there. He kicked in the door on the way out. For sure. Make it look like a break-in. If this was an inside job, are we saying we got the wrong guy?
Look, whoever did do this, we know he knew those kids, and those kids knew him. So he's probably in the hustlers and close to Kareem.
Got something, Sarge. Pod footage from Ryan Court's day of.
We got Marcus West walking to his buddy's house.
And he's still in there at 3 p.m.
Yeah, Marcus West.
Why wouldn't he just say he's there?
He was doped up, son.
And probably protecting his buddy. I mean, Rude Jones has a couple of standing warrants. Okay, Jay. He's gone. Marcus West, he didn't make it. He's dead.
It's time to see the bigger picture, widen the lens, narrow the divide. It's time to ask. Music.com.
We gave you Z-Pro Pure Z's restorative herbal sleep. The people who are tired of being tired. I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before. Crafted with clinically studied plant-based ingredients that work naturally with your body for restorative sleep like never before. It's our holiday savings event on the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. What if I sleep hot or cold? No problem. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is temperature balancing, so you both sleep just right. And it senses your movements to automatically adjust to keep you both effortlessly comfortable. So you can really promise better sleep. Yes, you'll know exactly how well you slept night after night. We take care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. And now save up to $500 on select Sleep Number 360 Smart Beds plus 0% interest for 48 months only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
This season, give from the heart with 25 to 50% off everything. Don't miss the last big sale of the year and celebrate every gift with Kay.
Whatever comes your way, there's a pro to that. Serve pro. Like it never even happened. Hey, Gary. Even up there all night?
Yeah, just keep watch.
You need Simply Safe's new wireless outdoor security camera. It has a 140-degree field of view and color night vision. The new wireless outdoor security camera from Simply Safe.
Get your Macy's gifts faster with curbside pickup for the holiday host, in-store pickup for the family room sleepover, or same-day delivery for that last-minute gift. Get just what you need when you need it at Macy's. The original eau de parfum, Yves Saint Laurent. Happy holidays. At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
No matter what you bring to the table, there's no place like Wayfair. But your fancy software, it didn't work there. You gave us the name Marcus West.
99.64% certainty.
He wasn't the guy.
No, he wasn't the guy.
Sorry about that. Sorry. I told Crawford, this thing's still a year out, 6 months maybe. We're still running code, algorithms, and sometimes this kind of thing happens. You get false positives. It's rare, but it happens. Mostly to Black people. What? The code was written by white engineers who designed it around predominantly white facial features and tested it on their white friends, so it's less precise if you're Black. And here's the really bad part. Darker your skin, worse the problem gets.
You don't think that would have been useful information for us before we go and use it on a dark-skinned Black man? Marcus West didn't kill those little boys.
We take the killers and inside. Remember the hustlers.
All right, let me get this straight. You drag West in, you interrogate him. You don't have enough evidence to charge, but you book him in the county anyway.
Detective Halston was convinced he killed those two boys. So yeah, we held him for the full 48 hours.
So I book him in the county when I hold him at the 21st district.
Come on. We do that all the time. As you know, county's got a way of encouraging people to confess.
Oh yeah? But assume all the other times an innocent man didn't end up dead. An innocent Black man. All right. Let me shoot straight with you here, Hank. The optics on this, not so good. White cop playing cowboy, jams up an innocent Black man, throws him in the county for a crime he did not commit, and I mean, someone's going to pay the tab on this. And I mean, my money's on Halstead.
Really? That's funny because my money's on you.
You're the one who told us to rely on this fancy computer program that gave us the wrong guy. And you staked your claim on a technology that's no good at identifying black people. That's on you, not Holstead. Well, I'd say we're all in a pretty bad place, right? I mean, you're gonna apprehend the real killer, and then everybody's gonna know that an innocent man is dead, and they're gonna want heads on pikes. Let me ask you a question. You gonna play here? It's not Kareem. He's the boss. He's not gonna steal from himself. Plus, one of his dead kids is his nephew.
Right. Okay. So then that leaves these four. They're the only ones who knew where the drugs and cash were being held, right?
Right.
So which one of them is cold-blooded enough to murder two little kids?
That guy. Prophet. Every step he's been throwing up roadblocks trying to keep us from the truth. First time we met, he told Kareem not to talk to us, said we're trying to entrap him. Even though people got killed. That's my gut answer. You know your boy Peter Dupree killed Marcus West in London.
Yeah, I told you from the start. I got people in pain, hungry for action. Grown men with minds of their own.
From those dudes in lockup, it's hard to imagine no one saw anything.
Miracles. They do happen.
That they do. Here's the thing, though. Marcus West didn't do it. I just want to let you know as a courtesy that we are still on it. And we are getting close.
I appreciate the info.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What you talking about here? What with me? Listen, I didn't want to let this sound a big man, but we've been doing some thinking. I mean, who kills a kid, right? I mean, even in our world. There's only one reason someone kills those kids for that. It's because they know who you are. I mean, you don't think any of you boys do something like this, do you? Someone from your gang?
No way. We like family.
Well, it's a theory. We gotta run it down, okay? So I'm coming to you man to man, and I'm telling you, we are gonna be knocking on some doors. I want to knock on yours first. Listen, I just want you to show your boys how to act, okay? There's no show, no guns, no kicking in doors. So just be polite, okay? We'll be partners. I mean, we want the same thing, right? Then we'll be out of here.
No problem, man. Partners.
Bingo. This is his sister's house.
You gotta run back. Lingering odors? Press firmly to activate. Eliminates and prevents odors. These small rooms for up to 45. My husband is cute. He's always found I can
Want you to walk out if any seasons with Hunter, any sizes and shapes.
Try new Cetaphil Healthy Radiance. Our science-powered gentle complex finishes the appearance of senses glow in just 1 week. Here from the heart with 25 to 50%. Miss the last big sale of the year.
Why hide your skin if Dupixent has your moderate to severe eczema or and targets a root cause in from within you once to 6 and up? That means clearer skin and noticeably less itch.
Hide my skin?
Full X. You notice.
My skin? Not.
Dupixent. Reactions can anaphylaxis, which is severe. Tell your doctor about eye problems, pain or vision changes, or change or stop them without talking to your doctor. Heal your skin from within. Cause less eczema. A breakthrough eczema treatment.
I've been telling you, the secret to great teeth is having healthy gums. Eyes below the gum line, helping heal gums in as little as 7 days. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Wires introducing Nix. Our wireless bras are designed to all day, nothing at all, with styles and sizes up to a G. Not have the wireless. It's the hottest sellers market in years. If you're thinking of selling your home, your first step is to find out how much it's worth today. Well, where do you start? The essential real estate platform for selling your home. HomeLight will give you a free home and top local neighborhood complimentary market house. Banks and lenders use. And HomeLight is backed by nation's state experts. Find out how much your home's worth for free at homelight.com. Penny. Every day while or even just peel off the coupon to reveal your stock up. The gifts are in the penny.
Macy's, the fragrance destination.
But the night before Christmas, the strangest Christmas, heartache and heartbreak, real estate and romance. From your
Appreciate it. Found the real killer. Good. And not good. It's like his name Randall goes by Prophet. Got him at the fabulous. Not exactly.
Carrying you belong. Stashing it near an alley. Anyway, I took off and ordered that hit on Marcus West. Is he capable? Perpetrator has been identified as Marcus West. West had an extensive criminal record, multiple counts of burglaries, narcotics, weapons. He was located of a cutting edge facial recognition. We hope driven policing. It works. It works in a way that the people of this great city can believe in. After he's taken into custody, Mr. West was assaulted. And despite the confidence in its information, in its investigation, closed.
Everything? Yeah. I don't have more of that. The 32 foster homes. You want to survive? You can survive. I'm good. One name for it? Yeah.
Another point on dealing. Let's get back there. No, no, I want you to do this. You want me to run? Just hold. Yeah. Get it done. Right. And remember the deal with the way this works. I come to you with a case. You help. The name. Oh, yeah. If you don't know it, I just you find it. There is. I'm making this first one real easy. One thing to deal with, a whole other dealing called fentanyl. You and I both know. So the tip Darius gave us checks out. It's book bar, 26 for a long ass rap sheet.
To Washington courts, and he has a hook into our unsanctioned corner boy they got together in Maywood. This is our guy. Do we have a last known? No. And no registered cell phone, no social media, no picture.
Our dead corner boy, this guy got a big zero in associates. Everybody's been booked with is long dead. Chris Systems got him linked to 3 separate gangs, aka they couldn't pin who he was working with. All right, so he must know where the weight is. He's independent. He's cutting supplying it himself. He doesn't have any voice and there's not going to be anybody personal.
I may have someone that can set up in this room. I met a Maywood. I popped when he was 18 on burglary, flipped him, then he fell in love with working for the police. Never stopped.
He's a professional CI now?
Yeah, he makes a living shaking tips. CPD, DEA, FBI, you name letters, he's sold to me.
So what's the hesitation?
You ask me, he loves the chase more than we do, and it's not always worth the trouble.
Well, we need an in. He's your CI, so it's your call. Can you handle?
Yeah, I can handle him.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Cam.
I'll be damned, be damned. Haley Ann up the light of my sorry ass little life. I knew you couldn't stay away from me.
Is that right?
You just play hard to get.
It's not because I thought you lost your mind.
Nah, my mind still visits from time to time. We got one of them timeshare days going. So what's up? We scraping together or what?
Maybe.
What you need?
An intro to a dealer. Book bar.
No.
Really?
Hell yeah. Book bar. I use them like butter. Like your strange bird though. Hustles and dips, always changing color. Guy don't like his ties to last. I can muscle an intro, but price tag's gonna be steep.
Of course it is.
Maybe. I got it. I know it. You pay me 3, I'm all yours.
It'll be $500 now and $1,500 when we make an arrest.
Plus 2 for every kilo receipts.
CPD's never gonna go for that.
Then pay me out your pocket. I know you. You go to work, you go home. What the hell you buying?
Q. Not gonna happen. We're gonna keep
1,500.
12, and you have to promise to listen to me.
Done. You want to shake on it? Oh, we have a pretty ceiling. Jesus Christ. Come on, guess what?
Some girl is gonna come rubbing up to him, telling him how soft their hair is. This is my friend I was telling you about. Hey, I met her up in Brighton Park. I tried dealing half-ass rocks, but I realized I was on her shit.
Cam says you got something new. I'm looking for something new. Because new usually means cheap.
And you know I wouldn't bring you the one we couldn't back. She got the man. And most of the man is white and too stupid to know street race. So we all can't go wrong. Yeah, I don't think no pretty white girl could handle all the club.
I'd actually pay more for a cut. What are you up to?
What, you gonna give all your money to the guy you don't know?
Look, I already tried your stuff from Washington Court. And I know Cam. He says you're good. And I'm pretty sure he's already told you that I'm good, so it's on you.
Yeah, all right. I can use you. Let me get a drink. And we can talk.
Lots of dealers can't keep a clock.
Let's take this extra time to go over everything, shall we? Drugs and cash exchange hands. What do you do?
I let your cop buddies crash and beat me up real good. And I don't swing back too much. Yo, you see them numbers on your phone? They clock. Yeah, we got a bit of a change in plans. I want you to meet my boy first. If we cool, then we deal.
What boy?
Don't matter. That I'm working with, all right? How is this?
Is he talking about his source?
I don't know, nobody's truly independent anymore.
How about we're doing it today?
Yeah, we can go right now. Why is that a problem? Nah, it's cool. Just don't love being surprised.
No, it is a problem. I already talked price with you and I'm not gonna debate it.
No, I'm not gonna change the price. I just want you to meet him. Is everybody hearing this? Yeah, we're good on GPS. Up on Haley and Cameron's COHM phone, so if she wants to go mobile, we're good to go. Listen, I'm heading there now, so you either in or you out.
Fine. In.
Hey, that's all. Get in the front. All right, we're moving. We're gonna take the follow spot. You guys prepare those. Stay wide. Don't lose the eye. Good.
Where are we meeting them at? You guys set a meet spot?
It ain't far.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna book turn in Morris or Parnell.
Copy. We'll follow those up. Looks like folks traveling through the city. We got a whole lot of
This is the guy we're meeting? No. What the hell would I need to be?
What was going on?
We're not meeting.
It's too late. You get it?
Abused kids often feel safer on the street. Now, more than ever, that's the most dangerous place of all. Covenant House is rescuing and protecting kids during this COVID-19 crisis. We are providing safe shelter to thousands, but the need is overwhelming, and no child is ever turned away. Please call or go online now with your gift of $19 a month to help a homeless child. You will provide safe shelter, hot meals, and medical care. Your gift will show our kids they're loved. Homeless kids are afraid and alone, with nowhere else to turn.
You want to know that there's somewhere you can go that's safe. So the Covenant House did that for us.
Please call now. With your gift of $19 a month, we'll send you this soft, comforting blanket to show you're helping our kids. Please don't wait. In our national crisis, your gift is the lifeline a child needs. Please call or go online to safeplacetosleep.org now. Thank you for saving precious lives.
Skip and squeeze, you can snack how you please. At your house, in the sand, on the couch, with the band. Radiant just in case. Get that Skippy baby taste and go.
Go to your Skippy place. There's brighter days ahead.
Over 100 points using self. I would recommend self to everyone. It feels really good. You should try it. Fresh flavors, classic dishes, and a new seat at the table. Is everybody ready for all new original premieres? Movie marathons, plus all day Sunday fun. It's a very merry Ion holiday season, just what I wanted to hear. And this year, we're adding a bit of mystery to our original movies. From taking on the mob to catching a Christmas thief, it's the most wonderful crime of the year. Ion holiday movies, all day, every Sunday, starting 8/7 Central.
Alright, levels are good. You guys were lucky. If you're feeling worse symptoms like dizziness or shortness of breath, then take another dose and get to a hospital, just in case. Understood? You good?
Good.
Yeah. Thanks for having my back.
Got you. Front and sideways. So what's the next play?
I don't know.
I do. You go press the driver. I'll go back. I'll flip some cats. I need whoever the hell book is written. Damn idiot, I don't know.
No. It's not your call and it's not mine either.
No, that wasn't on us. That thing flipped was tough for you to jump.
Yeah, well, I gotta go get my ass handed to me. Attack officer's gonna try to get home, okay?
Oh. At least wrapping in order next move's gonna be.
I can't, Cam. You're a CI. You can't be here. You need to go now, alright? See you later.
It looks like Book was a one-man robbery crew ripping the supply of someone he was working for.
The driver of the Civic was driving scared. There's no way this is Book's first rip. My guess is he was told to look out for a blackmail tailing him.
That's why he wanted a white girl in the front seat. Gets him close enough to do the rip, then he kills up, then their CI takes their cash, doubles their score, makes them look like they did the rip. Sometimes. Well, at least someone was being smart.
You got 600 grams of uncut car fentanyl and the driver in custody.
And another body, and another street check.
We got Book for you. Just turned out he was a small fish with a big one. Keep jumping the ladder. May not be pretty, but it'll be worth it.
That is what you told me.
The driver of the Civic's terrified. Pick up his boss as soon as he sat down. This is Maggie Carter, 30. You guys are heavyweight.
You have enough to have 6 whole blocks. She runs a section of the Chief Park and Roach deals dope, rocks, and loud. And until now, the driver said that Book was making a fortune. Naturally, he moved around.
So Book steals uncut product from his boss and cuts it himself and sells it in Washington courts. Causes 4 release. Yeah. Problem is, Mackie is as organized as hell. He's got an actual network to move back our fentanyl smooth and fast as he cuts it.
Right, so let's get at him. Driver in a car fentanyl. You got in with Maggie?
Nah, the kid's a nobody. Just picks up cars, drops off cars, no contact with the boss.
Boss, we might have a problem. I ran Mackey through narcotics. They got the G-Parks up on a Title III. They haven't got much from Mackey on the wire, but they were able to get a half dozen covert cams on his corners.
What is this from 2 years ago? I'll get up on night. Watch you flood his turf with undercover buys. Any of that content he drops, we clear every single corner he's got. Send me that footage. Then who do you think I am? What's wrong with you? You think I'm one of your boys? You can just yank me around? I don't know what you're talking about. You trying to tell me you don't know where Book was getting his drugs? Wait, I remember. You asked me a direct question. I gave you a direct answer. It's not my job to trace where he's getting his product. That's yours. You don't want to play with me, there is, you understand? Because I don't play. Turn around. Turn around. Your hands. You're under arrest.
Why shop around? Let Macy's check off this year's holiday shopping list. Give her the comfort she deserves with fluffy UGG slippers. For that special prize, this Movado men's watch is a stunner. See their faces light up with this 2021 holiday Barbie. Let the games begin around this classic foosball table. And with a one-size-fits-all Macy's gift card, holiday shopping is made easy. Ion remains your holiday destination every Sunday night at 8, 7 Central. Brought to you by Macy's. Give, love, believe. From unexpected finds to classic favorites, find the gifts they've been dreaming of with Macy's Holiday Gift Finder.
It's the hottest sellers market in years. If you're thinking of selling your home, your first step is to find out how much it's worth today. But where do you start? Introducing HomeLight, the essential real estate platform for selling your home. HomeLight will give you a free home valuation and match you with top local real estate agents in your neighborhood who will provide you a complimentary market analysis. HomeLight uses the same tools banks and lenders use, and HomeLight is backed by the nation's best real estate experts. Find out how much your home's worth for free at homelight.com.
Domino's new oven-baked dips are so new that we made a new commercial about their newness. Try new flavors like our cheesy marinara, baked apple, or hot and melty 5 cheese with our not new, but still delicious twist. Carry out Domino's new oven-baked dips with twist combos or any topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Even the smallest surprise can make a big memory worthy of passing on. Kinder Joy, treat plus new holiday toys. A little surprise goes a long way. What can I do with less asthma? With Dupixent, I can do more. Beginner's yoga, namaste, surprise parties. Oh, guys! Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks. Free! So I can do more the things I love. Dupixent is not resistant breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. And here's something important. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection, and don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Then I realized something was missing. Me. My symptoms were keeping me from being there for her. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is the #1 prescribed biologic for people with Crohn's disease. Humira helps people achieve remission that can last, and the majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, Remission is possible.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Humira. Real fruit. Has never been this easy. Just do what's delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
Jeremiah energy is everything. I was like, somebody needs to see this awesomeness I get every time I go to Chick-fil-A.
She said, "Can I record you?" I was like, "Of course."
Thank you. All right, thank you. The next thing you know, it was like, boom. People that never even been to Wilmington that wanted to come to Chick-fil-A to meet Jeremiah.
I always have my mindset like I'm on a mission. I'm huge and make today the best day ever.
You definitely have to experience him serving you with a purpose.
I left out Mackie because we do business. He saw border corners when products low. Made sense to give you book, he was a problem. Made no business sense to give you Mackie. Not when I can handle it myself.
Good. That old man may not be true. We're here now. I need Mackie. You gotta give him them. No. There is. I'm not asking.
I do that. I'm dead.
Let me worry about that. I'll find a way to make sure we all stay upright. That's my job. You know, at some point you and I, we're gonna have to start trusting each other a little bit. Or there's nothing in this for either of us.
This is a pinhole camera. It's your COH. Means we'll have eyes and ears on you at all times, even when you can't see us.
Which is going to be most of it. Boyd wants to play this safe, so no ghost inside and no surveillance for a 2-block radius.
Okay. One of the cops who worked my case, Nina, or Vanessa, and Kevin.
It's a tactic. You're a new CI. Floyd wants to keep things from you. Distracted.
All right, she's going to get the video feed up and running. I'm going to check your level, sir.
What the hell are you doing?
Your courts, a couple of rash pads out there. What? It sounded like Book was gunning for Region there. Prick's name is Mackie.
Ken, have you lost your mind?
We can get an intro.
Stop. The first rule of being a CI is to not walk into a damn police station.
Hey, relax.
You were just seen. Jesus, I don't even know how you got inside.
No, you don't gotta do me like that. Don't treat me like you gotta keep me in line. I ain't working up the case. I know what I'm doing. I know people here. Man, it look like I just got popped in the head.
You might have just you. I don't have a choice. You have to leave town and lay low for a while. It's done.
You can't just decide that. It's my job. It's what I got. If I'm not reliable, I don't get jobs. You can't pull me before I pay up.
Yes, I can. It's my job to pull you. I'll pay you for the drugs we seized, but then you have to leave town. We're done.
Sarge, Darius doesn't company here. Man, I'm black. 30s unidentified. Straight. Force on the edge. go talk. No, we can talk right here. Your new product is still in my neighborhood, Washington Courts, 4 ODs. I ain't dealing that. It's your product. You let your product get ripped. You let that product run into my neighborhood. You get that, Maggie? Your product. Your problem. You already know. Oh no, homie. See, the solution is gonna be that I buy the rest of your carfentanil supply. Hell you are. Whoa.
What the hell?
Are we moving, Sergeant? We're trusting Darius Hole. Sure you want to do that? Do you know why you have corners, Maggie? Because I let you. I gave them. I will take them. So, the rest of your carfentanil, I'm going to give you a good price. You won't lose money. That's free tomorrow? You guys? Maggie? Yeah. Noon. Lot off 73rd. I'm in. Scared I have more power than you thought because I let you? Sorry, boy.
You've got to be kidding me.
I thought you kicked him.
I did.
I know. But actually gonna be
I
happening.
wasn't playing with you, man.
That's some good, girl. Some real good. The new CI Darius.
Twas the night before Christmas, the strangest Christmas ever. No way! There's heartache and heartbreak, real estate and romance, not to mention cops. You're listing Santa Claus? And Kris Kringle, crazy. An all-new hard-on holiday movie. A New Weeks on Christmas. Premieres Sunday, 8/7 Central on Ion.
That's why Boost Mobile finds ways to help you keep more of it. To spend on what you really want. Get 3 unlimited data for $30 a month each and a free Samsung Galaxy A32 5G when you switch to Boost. Love that power. Feel the power of keeping more money in your pocket with 3 unlimited lines for $30 a month each on one of America's largest 5G networks. More power to save. Boost Mobile.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees, but Domino's is adding up to $15 million in surprise fees to online delivery orders. Then we tried some unique ways to tell people they're getting free food. At Target, shopping has never been easier. Use same-day delivery, free order pickup, or free drive-up, and leave with your holidays in the bag. Order today, get it today at Target.
It's Santa. We got a problem.
My mother gave me this ring when I was going through a really hard time in my life. And when she's going through a hard time, she has it. We pass on this ring because we know we're always it's our sisterhood. Celebrate your extraordinary love story. Save 20%. Jared, love brilliantly.
Introducing the all-new Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar. It combines shaving and gentle exfoliation into one efficient stroke for a shave as quick and easy as washing your face.
Shop toys, treats, and more this holiday at Chewy.
Oh, don't forget, gifts for the kids. Bye. Hey, guys.
Check the office.
Find your rhythm, your happy place. Find your breaking point. Then break it. Every emergency gives you a potent blend of nutrients, so you can emerge your best with Emergency.
I've been telling everyone, the secret to great teeth is having healthy gums.
Crest Advanced Gum Restore detoxifies below the gum line and restores by helping heal gums in as little as 7 days. Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America.
Scrooge was the grumpyest man in town. Until a Teleton fight got rid of his frown. Was Scrooge a new man? Without doubt. But your workout's a joy. It's a joy to work out.
Isn't it disappointing when your plug-in fades? Once that freshness goes away, you're left thinking, okay, now what? Febreze Fade to 5 plug works differently. It's the first plug-in with built-in technology to digitally control how much scent is released to smell first day fresh for 50 days. It even tells you when it's ready to be refilled. Upgrade to Febreze Fade to 5 plug.
It's delightful.
Seriously? But it's a total train wreck.
It's obvious that you put a lot of work into it.
She's probably happy because she found out Honey Nut Cheerios can help lower cholesterol.
Does anyone want to go on a bike ride?
Sure, transfer the shooter.
Just log it in. He's in intelligence fighting Halstead having a run at him. His name's AJ Flores, multiple tires, affiliated. Hey, Haley. Take a sec.
What? Calm down.
To read the file.
I don't need to read the file. I know what just happened. He killed my CI right in front of me, Trudy. That's what just happened.
Cameron was a snitch, deserved to die, so I followed him and then I shot him.
You keep saying that. It's still not going to get the news you think it is.
But I already got you on that agenda. Y'all don't need any more police. I shot him. Cameron was a snitch, deserved to die, so I followed him and then I shot him.
How'd you know he was a snitch? How? Someone told you. Who? Was it this guy? Darius Walker told you he was a snitch and you were the hit, didn't you?
snitch. Deserved to die, so I followed him, and then I shot him. Cameron was a snitch. Deserved to die, so I followed him, and then I shot him. Okay, I'll give you a deal. Cameron was a snitch. What do you want? Come on, we'll put it in writing right now. Hey. So I followed him, and then I shot him. I like my public defender now. I can sign whatever you want me to sign, but I said what I'm gonna say. He's been in lockup one too many times. He's not gonna say more than he wants.
Then we bring Darius in and arrest him now. He saw Cameron. He knew Cameron could ID him as a CI, and he had him killed.
All right. What do we got on it? Well, we ran the shooter's phone against Darius's and absolutely no contact. Chris systems, social media, jail logs, last knowns. There's no connection to Darius at all. AJ runs with the Latin players, Darius with the Southside hustler. They're worlds apart.
They could have met in person.
They had eyes on Darius all day except for about an hour and a half.
Ballistics does link up to 2 unsolved shootings, but they're both hooked up to Latin players. No connect to Darius.
But we do have the shooter connected to Cameron. And Cameron's worked them on the case before.
Yeah, but did Cameron ever work Darius?
No. And if you found out who Cameron was after seeing him in the roll-up, we can't prove it.
Maybe. Chances are, the shooter's got nothing to do with Darius.
All this proves is that Darius is smart. Cameron figured out who Darius was in 3 hours. There's no way that Darius didn't figure out who Cameron was in less than that. We need to bring Darius in, we hold him for 48, and we press him.
We had this bicep with Darius.
Who the hell cares? We're still gonna use him even though he might have just offed a CI? We're still gonna use him?
Cameron was a pro CI. He worked hundreds of cases. This might not have been the one that caught him.
Sarge, if we use him, we might be losing evidence.
If we don't use him, we will lose the car fentanyl. And we gotta go with what we got now. We'll deal with the rest when we're done. Okay? Now this pie, it balances on a razor's edge. If we gotta bust Mackie without burning Darius. Alright, we got eyes on Darius and Mackie from the north end. Try we're up, everyone keeps tight and keeps back until you get the word go from me. Nice and easy. We let Darius play this one. Right on time.
It'd be real easy to move on to both right now. Burn Darius, can't use him anymore. He'd be booked to his original time.
Yeah, for drugs.
30 years is 30 years.
Alright, we got eyes on the drugs. Half dozen head case. Copy that, nobody move. Wait for Darius to make his play. Wait until go.
We're trusting, we're protecting a killer.
Yeah. I'd follow you anywhere. But I know right now, you tell me, you trust me. How's it going? Why you not moving? Come on, man. What are you doing to them? It is. There's a tracker on your car. There's a wire on you. But I ain't no snitch, man. Well, if you're not, they're working you. That's not possible, dog. They got your car bugged, means they got you bugged. Back in. We're about to get jammed, so move. There's nobody here, though, man. Mackie, get in your car and move. Hands up right now. Put your hands up. Put them up. Put your hands on the car. Tell me somebody's got eyes on that second vehicle.
Negative cardinal win. I repeat, do not have eyes. Calling it over the citywide now.
For anything on your pet's wish list, PetSmart, anything for pets.
Over 100 million Americans have a low credit score. Self is a new way to build credit that doesn't require a credit score. Plus, Self helps you save money every month and reports your payments to all 3 credit bureaus. Download the app today.
Hey, Taco Bell here to make sure you don't sleep in. Text WAKE UP to 1-866-WAKE-UP-3 and sign up to the pre-recorded call reminding you to get a free toasted breakfast burrito on December 10th. See you there.
Cases of anxiety among adults are rising as experts warn of the effects of well-being caused by the pandemic.
I say that's a role. That guy has no idea we played him. Haley. Cameron forgot which way was up.
I think we are good. I keep definitely buddy. We're late.
Okay.
We aren't done yet. I'm gonna ask you a direct question. You need to give me a direct answer. Did you ever hit on Cameron Bauer?
I'm not an 18-year-old corner boy you pop with a dime bag. We've both been on the streets a long time. Maybe different ends, but streets the same. We both know that every time you stand across from a CI, you lie. You can't protect them. 9 times out of 10, the house wins, and the person in my seat is dead. I know that. You know that. Cameron damn well knows that.
Anything new?
No, we're at the same place we were. No evidence. Sarge, what's your calling days?
I keep my playing valuable. You probably say this. Like the rest. Simple. That's one murder we never make. May not even be involved.
There's no way you believe that. I don't care if we can't make the case. You and I both know he was involved. You can't trust him.
I know.
There's 1,000 things that we don't know about him.
I'm sure that's true.
He should be held accountable.
Cameron walked into a police station, he knew he could be made. They went directly out on the street.
I'm not defending him. I'm not saying he was a good guy, a smart guy, a right guy, but he was my guy. He was my CI. I put him out there. He was mine.
Why don't you tell me what you want? Me right now. You want me to yell at you? Or you want me to make you feel better? Haley. You're a good cop. So you know I made the right decision tonight. He was yours. And his death is yours. Listen, never once have we made a deal with an angel. Someone we can trust. It's not how CIs work. I shouldn't have to explain that to you. It's a necessary part of the job. We keep one foot in the world we don't belong in. And we ask our CIs to do the exact same thing. Only you're the cop. Cameron was the snitch.
I do that? How do I carry it?
I still have no idea. Wait until I tell Catherine. Movie you've been raving about is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, okay.
I grinned and I bared it. You know?
Well, I hate to tell you this. Like, it pains me to tell you this, but you snore.
I'm not watching a movie on your couch again. God forbid I'm not off.
Nah, man. I think it's called passing out when you've had more than, what, 4 pilsners?
All right, here we go.
Okay. Give it.
Heads up, everyone.
Good to see you, boys.
Yeah, we can make this happen. I know what we wanted. Greece is perfect. As long as the product is right. It's right. Right? No offense, but the last cat who told us that it was right sold us 50% share. We don't need no heroin. That's all we stepped on. Is that pure? It's pure. Hey, what's up any closer, homie? I don't see no pig. I want to make sure you're for real.
Hands up.
Green jacket, dark Jain, taking off with the dope.
Crime lab to Kelly, the coroner, female DOA, possible homicide. They know the appropriate notifications and advise our supervisor we are securing the scene.
That where we at? No ID on the vehicle, not in the system. It's a park a few blocks east of here. It's popular with working girls who use this area as a place to conduct their business. She wasn't here too long. They me framed the time of death within the last 12 hours. No signs of fresh blood on the scene.
And it's a dump set.
Yeah. And she was a prostitute, we're assuming. The offender probably killed her in the car. Brought her here.
I scoured the area for pods, security cameras, circulated photo, check all missings. Look for any witnesses. We start talking to prostitutes.
We're gonna take it, not homicide.
We found her. Let's find the killer. Hey, what up, Neil?
It's not gonna get like that. I'll live.
I'm sure you will all the same ones you head over to Macon and check that document. These guys can handle the case.
You all set? I am. Thank you. Thanks. You're welcome. Talk to you. Something wrong? I'm in a standard blood panel, no infections, nothing to worry about. Oh, okay. I was like, worried. But due to your elevated levels of beta HCG, you should be more careful on the job. Elevated HB, what? It means you're pregnant, probably around 4 weeks. Are you sure? 100%. Maybe don't go squeezing through any more fences for a while.
And congratulations.
And the fact that this jury convicted him on virtually all counts was based on testimony of Chicago police officers and the two Osadero brothers. And I believe it's a complete vindication of everything the Chicago Police Department did to thoroughly and conscientiously investigate this case.
In the roughly week-long case, two brothers testified that Smollett recruited them to fake an attack on him near his home. They said the 39-year-old had told them to put a noose around his neck and rough him up near a surveillance camera so the video would go on social media. On the stand, Smollett called the brothers liars and said he wrote a $3,500 check not for a staged attack, but to pay them for nutrition and training advice. He testified he was the victim of a hate crime, telling jurors there was no hoax.
We obviously respectfully disagree with the jury's verdict. The verdict is inconsistent. You cannot say Jesse's lying and Jesse's not lying for the same exact incidents.
On the night of the incident in January of 2019, police entered Smollett's downtown apartment in response to a 911 call from someone who said they worked for the actor. Smollett is seen on police body camera video with the rope around his neck. Smollett could still avoid prison time because he does not have a criminal record. He could get probation or have to perform community service. Lisa?
And Lourdes, thank you. Even more people are about to be looking for booster shots. The CDC says 16 and 17-year-olds are now approved for the extra dose of the Pfizer vaccine. This gives 8 million more Americans a shot at better protection against the coronavirus. And public health experts tell the model the time
Expanding eligibility for Pfizer's COVID booster shot to 16 and 17-year-olds. Backing them up, the CDC with an official recommendation.
It's sort of the first time that the FDA and the CDC have sort of made the decision on the first right at the same day. So it's really accelerating the process. So that's really a great thing.
Dr. John Foster of the New Health Center in Boston says the move from the FDA could have came at a better time during the high-risk winter months.
Getting boosters out there is so critical now. So any incremental addition we can do for patients is really going to be important.
16 and 17-year-olds are eligible to receive a booster dose 2 months after their J&J shot or 6 months after their final Pfizer or Moderna shot.
I know my nephew is 17 years old. He'll be getting the booster. He has juvenile diabetes. Really important for him to be safe.
Epidemiologist Dr. Shira Jerome says boosted immunity matters.
I think that all evidence is pointing to the likelihood that a booster with the original formulation, the one that's available now, is going to provide good protection against Omicron.
Health officials say they expect to be able to provide booster shots to 16 and 17-year-olds in the coming days. They need time to update their systems and approval from the State Department of Public Health. In Boston, Nia Malnado, WPP News.
Nia, thank you. Don't forget your mask when you go to Mass this holiday season. The Boston Archdiocese says starting on December 18th, masks will be required at church, including at all Christmas masses. And this mandate will be in effect until mid-January. Parishes must also have space available for social distancing. The state's reporting more than 5,400 new coronavirus cases today and 27 deaths. The rate of positive tests is just over 5%. David?
Well, Lisa, tonight the governor says there are no plans right now to deploy the National Guard to help hospitals that are now overwhelmed. Several states, including New Hampshire, Maine, and New York, are sending in the National Guard to help with low staffing issues. Governor Baker says calling in soldiers might just make another problem.
I don't want to take people who are citizen soldiers who are part of the Guard who currently work in many of these hospital positions, serving the people who are actually in the hospital every day.
So how big of an issue is it? Right now, 93% of hospital beds, 85% of the ICU beds in Massachusetts are occupied.
Well, new tonight at 11, a new ordinance in Brookline aims to end tobacco use among young people, banning the sale of tobacco products for anyone born after January 1st, 2000. WBZ's Julie McDonald takes a closer look at how this would work.
It's a gradual approach to solving a problem that most of us agree is a big problem.
A newly implemented ordinance in Brookline aims to take on tobacco and vaping simply by not adding to the problem.
Because they're always trying to figure out how to get new users and particularly target people who are vulnerable either by age or understanding of the damages.
As of this fall, there legally cannot be new users. No one born after January 1st, 2000 will ever be allowed to buy tobacco in Brookline. It doesn't affect existing users or business.
It leaves them alone. And it says, we know you would like to quit, and we're not trying to pick on you because we know it's incredibly hard to quit.
That's something many young people have already seen firsthand in older relatives and their peers.
Both of my grandparents smoked their entire life, and one of them passed away from lung cancer. It's very hard to quit.
Every time somebody tells them, hey, you need to stop smoking, I mean, it's not that easy. Maybe stopping it from the roots is probably great.
Up the street and any place else in Massachusetts, tobacco is legal for adults 21 and older. This parent said a lot of communities would have to follow suit for this to work.
You know, it does sound a bit draconian, but yeah, with little kids, you know, I prefer they stayed away from tobacco personally. There are enough dangers in the world.
In Brookline, Julie McDonald, WBZ News.
Also new at 11 tonight, 2 Lakeville police officers going above and beyond after finding a pile of abandoned packages in the middle of the road on Blueberry Drive. The officers said that they reported the packages but couldn't find a truck nearby that was delivering them. So they decided they would look up the addresses and drop off the packages to make sure they got there safely. Job well done. Well, a day without reading glasses could be in sight.
Coming up, new eye drops already on the market that promise to restore temporary close vision. For how long, though, and at what cost?
Plus, stepping into a time machine in the South End, a new movie that's filming in Boston, and that street's looking like a different era. Be winter out there tomorrow morning, but feeling like spring by Saturday. We'll take a look at some big changes as we look forward to the forecast and a mild stretch lining up.
To grow a business in the life sciences industry, your business needs a deep talent pool of scientists and physicists. Your people need high quality of life and great schools. There's a place that has it all, and it's just outside of New York City. With more biochemists and biophysicists than any other state, great neighborhoods, and the #1 ranked schools in the country. Middlesex County, New Jersey is a community dedicated to life science business. Go to discovermiddlesex.com/biz. Hey Google.
Mr. New York Millionaire. Last few years, he's had it rough. Rode out the pandemic at home, his second home. Struggled finding a tutor, so he hired 2. Cocktail parties with the powerful, moved to Zoom. But now, things are looking up. A big fat tax cut, perfect for New York rich. Bill Mackey has no tax cuts for this guy. Vote no on Biden's Build Back Millionaires plan. Give my regards to Broadway. Remember me to Harold Square. Tell all the gang at 42nd Street that I will soon be there. Whisper of how I'm yearning to mingle with the old time throng. Give my regards to old Broadway and say that I'll be there.
Surprise! It's a new feeling.
Got me new Buick?
Oh, and there are more gifts inside.
You got me the head up display.
Heated steering wheel, the massaging seat.
Okay, what next? Alexa, turn on holiday lights.
This year, give the gift of technology in every Buick SUV. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on Buick SUV models.
This was a powerful scene on Capitol Hill honoring the late Senator Bob Dole. President Biden and congressional leaders paid their respects as his body lies in state. Dole was a World War II veteran who twice earned a Purple Heart served in Congress for 36 years. His funeral will take place tomorrow at the National Cathedral in Washington. Bob Dole died over the weekend. He was 98 years old. This is a setback for former President Donald Trump and his bid to block documents from House lawmakers who are investigating the January 6th insurrection. Today, a federal appeals court ruled against his efforts to withhold that information. The former president wanted to block the release, citing executive privilege. On the Health Watch tonight, eye-opening news for millions of Americans.
New eye drops that are already on the market could eliminate the need for reading glasses. For most of her life, Toni Wrights had perfect vision, but after turning 50, she started using readers, allowing her to see things clearly that are close up.
How many readers do you think you have in all?
I probably have 8 pairs.
8 pairs.
Yes. In 2019, her doctor told her about eye drops with the potential to correct her vision problems temporarily. I would put the drops in my eyes in the morning.
What did you notice instantly?
I would not need my readers as much. Wright was one of 750 participants in a clinical trial to test the new drug, Vuity. It's the first FDA-approved eye drop to treat age-related blurry near vision, also known as presbyopia. The drug takes effect in about 15 minutes.
Vuity utilizes the eye's natural ability to reduce its pupil size. Reducing the pupil size expands the depth of field or the depth of focus.
One drop in each eye provides sharper vision for 6 to 10 hours. A spokesperson for Vuity says the medicine will cost about $80 for a 30-day supply. It's not expected to be covered by insurance. It works best in people ages 40 to 55. Side effects in the 3-month trial included headaches and red eyes. Now, the prescription drops are for mild to intermediate cases and are less effective in people over the age of 65.
So does that mean I wouldn't have to bring out the little flashlight on my phone to read the menu?
Right. On all my readers, I could give them away. Well, the Patriots Toy Drive is on.
That's right. Lisa and I had the pleasure today of dropping off all the toys that we collected here at WBZ. Thanks for all of our generous colleagues. And then the Stuff a Truck experience at Patriot Place was awesome. Gave us a chance to see all of the toys that have been filling that truck over the past 2 weeks. They said it's the most toys they've ever had in this toy drive.
And they're not done yet. WBZ is proud to be a partner with this event. You can bring a new unwrapped toy to all the boxes that are around Patriot Place between now and Sunday. They're also going to be at the Army-Navy flag football game at Clemente Field on Saturday and Sunday at the JFK Library. But it really was awesome just to see how much people have donated over the last.
From the back of the 18-wheeler all the way to the front. All right, weather now, and weekend. Really messy, I guess.
Yeah, this has been an interesting week, and the weekend promises the same.
It does. We've been kind of up and down so far this month of December. We've had a couple of these fronts that have done the same thing. That push of 60s, the downpours, chance for lightning, thunder, and then we've got even some stronger wind gusts, and we've seen plenty of that as well. That all arrives on Saturday. Overall, the trend as we head toward next week and into next weekend, it's mild and mostly dry. So if you do have a lot of holiday errands to run, looks like the weather will be really cooperative on that end. Out there tonight, see, it's just a chilly evening with mostly cloudy skies. Some snow on the radar here. I've been checking all the ground reports. Nobody here is reporting any snow reaching the surface yet. The air is pretty dry. Might be a few passing flurries late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. This is the leading edge of some of that milder air that's starting to nose its way up across the Ohio River Valley now into southern Ohio. Tomorrow we'll start to feel a little bit of that, but really on Saturday, that's the day it surges on in. But tonight we're in the 20s, cold, calm, a couple icy spots as things have refrozen. Tomorrow will feature mostly cloudy skies out there. Temps start to climb into the 40s, but it depends on where exactly you are. There won't be a whole lot of winds, not a big push of the warmer air. So a lot of clouds. The mildest get the south coast of the Cape, upper 40s to around 50. If you're toward New Hampshire, northern Massachusetts, upper 30s to low 40s, a chilly day. The low to mid 40s if you're around Metro West for Friday. But a calm weather day. And then we'll track this next storm, which is off here on the west. That's always a warm track for the winter. If you have to wait on Saturday morning, right around sunrise, it might be just cold enough for some freezing rain north and west of Boston. Temps will be around 32 to 35 degrees. So something to watch as we kick things off. And then as the day goes on, that warmer air will surge on in. You have afternoon plans into the early evening. I think we're okay. There might be a couple of showers, but largely dry. And then we wait for that front. That rolls in late in the evening and into the middle of the night. So that's the one that could have some thunder and strong winds that it heads offshore early on Sunday morning. The high temperatures on Saturday. These are later in the afternoon and toward the evening, and they'll hold till midnight. So if you're out on Saturday night, it's mild the whole way through. Low to mid-60s. The last place to warm up will be New Hampshire and northeastern Massachusetts. First place to warm up will be in the southeast corner of the state. Those wind gusts will be out of the southwest, and they'll turn around to the west as the front passes overnight. Thinking 30 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts are going to be likely. There could be some over 50 if you're right along the water on Saturday night into early Sunday morning. Some isolated power outages, again, aren't going to be likely. Sunday, things calm down. It'll be dry, sunny, well into the 40s. It'll be a nice December day to be outside. If you're heading to the ski areas, they're looking really nice tomorrow. Tomorrow's a day to take advantage of. On Saturday, we've got rain in southern New England. It's ice terrain in northern New England. It dries back on Sunday. A rather exceptional pattern is going to be taking place. It's the middle of the country that will feel it most. Temperature 5 degrees warmer than average. That's 70s and 80s in parts of the plains. Some all-time December records are likely going to be set. We're going to live on the periphery of that. So we don't get to the real extreme stuff, but it will be a mild week. And it looks pretty bright, too. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, maybe a chance of showers, but an easy week to be outdoors. And finish coffee if you haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, sooner or later, winter's going to wallop us. Let's just enjoy what we have right now.
Amen.
All right, thank you, Eric. A very special honor tonight for our photographer and editor, Phil Vaughn, who, by the way, everyone just adores here at the station. He was inducted to the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences Silver Circle. It honors his more than 25 years in the business, working here at WPZ and producing at PBS New Hampshire. We can all say behind the scenes that we love Phil. He is not only talented, but an incredible person. No one is more deserving of his honor. When you get a chance to be in his edit bay with him, we ended up talking for so long. He's just one of those people you can talk to.
Right. He is wise. He is thoughtful. He's probably celebrating by running a marathon this week.
Probably is avid runner. Still to come, Boston is going back in time.
The new movie is going in the South End with some big stars and vintage cars.
'Tis the season for WBZ's holiday tradition.
The most hated battle of the year.
We're talking about the annual gingerbread contest.
And this year, there's the new twins. 4 BZ teams paired up with local bakeries.
Oh, that was good. That was like better than anything we've ever done.
To see everyone's creations and to vote for your favorite, head to cbsboston.com today.
Guys, we're so good at this.
Go vote, everybody.
Happy holidays from all of us at WBZ Channel 4.
Do you wonder how to cook with veggies? More trials at The Hague. ¿Quieres aprender español? If I really spread the plague. If you want to binge watch something that's smart. By experts on biodiversity.
My history.
Streaming is smarter with Wondrium. Wondrium, because I want it. Knowledge is not the Wondrium. Pinot Noirs, Grigio, Champagnes, and Chardonnays, plus bourbon, tequila, rum, scotch, and gin, vermouth, that's extra dry, hard seltzers and single malts, so many for you to try. With thousands of wine, spirits, and beers at always low prices, Total Wine & More is your savings wonderland. Drink responsibly, 21. I want to break free.
Ready to break free? Let's get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break.
Plan your getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
Simple yet delicious Goya Maria cookies. The secret ingredient for all your desserts. Or when you're craving a tasty snack, trust yourself. You're using Goya. If it's Goya, it has to be good.
When people find out that I've been sober for a while, they say, oh, you must have great willpower. You know, it must take a lot of strength to stay sober. No, it takes strength to ask for help. Then you'll find that people are willing to give that help. And that's when your life can really begin.
Which ingredient was first used by pilgrims to make fragrant holiday candles? Search your free trial at Wondrium.com and learn to create unique homemade gifts. Sponsored locally by Wondrium. Your brain is going to love this place.
Dark days in Boston's history are now in the spotlight. The subject of a new film that's shooting in the South End.
20th Century Studios is filming a new movie about the Boston Strangler. with production taking over the streets, lining them with, as you can see, antique cars and big names in big Hollywood productions. They're really becoming a common sight for residents.
I think everybody appreciates it. I think it's pretty exciting. I mean, it blocks off traffic and spaces, but that happens all the time anyway with the construction and the moving and the whatever. So this is fun.
Movie stars Keira Knightley and just started filming this week. No release date, by the way, announced just yet. Coming up in sports, looking ahead to next weekend's Patriots matchup with the thanks to COVID, time doesn't exist. Balls will be held concurrently, and Tom Brady
Tonight on CBS. Closed captioning is brought to you by the Massachusetts Office of Travel and Tourism. Visit ilovemylocalma.com.
Too many people, they just give up on this. What they don't know is that at Bathroom, you can get the bathroom of your dreams at an affordable price.
For a reason. Always thrown away. Right now, complete tub to shower conversion start at just $99.
The fast-free design quote today.
It was the little red door that did it. Something about it just said home. Not one door among a dozen like at my old apartment, but my own door. A door that leads to a yard where my dog can play, and a mailbox that says my name. For the very first time in my life, my mortgage from DCU means a place to call my own. What will DCU mean to you?
Chevy is taking people lots of places this holiday.
We're going swimming. We're going to find the perfect tree. We're going to Nana.
Let your Chevy dealer take you there. For the price you see is the price you pay.
Happy holidays from Chef.
Find new places, find new roads. Very well qualified buyers may also be eligible to get 0% financing on all Silverado 1500 crew cab pickups. Plus, you may qualify for $500 bonus cash when you find your red tag. Visit your New England Chevy dealer.
Becoming a member of Plumbers Local 12 is a life-changing decision.
I never pictured myself owning my own company until I joined the Local 12. When I decided to open the company, what I did, I came here to talk to them. That's what you want to do. We help you. Let's go for it. Everything you need from them, you just call them. They help you with the training center here at the Local 12. It gave me that confidence. I own my own company. This is my American dream.
Find your future at plumberslocal12.org.
Wellness is a choice that starts and for me, with what I put in my body, delicious ingredients that happen for now. See the day. My best. My best. All while tasting the best. And then relax, restore, and unwind. And rest up to do it all over again tomorrow. Treat yourself, honey, because your body is your business. Visit Goldie.com today.
Homeowners know us as exterior remodeling experts, but we specialize in interior remodeling as well. We don't just cover up. We go back to the studs for true custom remodeling that's beautiful, durable, and clean.
Our customers love processes. The installation can take as little as a day. We treat your home as if it were our home.
Complete tub-to-shower conversion start at just $99 per month with no money down.
Get your faster free design quote today at BalconyandBoston.com.
There's nothing like the bye week. Nothing like the bye week. After 13 straight weeks of football. Patriots have some time off to rest up and get healthy. But not everyone on the team will be kicking back and relaxing, though. Today, Pat's tight end Hunter and his wife. Their birth of the first child, a baby boy. They posted this photo on Instagram. Last week, Henry said he might have to miss a game if his wife went into labor on game day. And ended up, the timing was perfect. Congrats to Hunter and Parker. And be sure to catch Patriots All Access tomorrow night at 7 here on WBZ. We'll have a battle statement. Take you behind the scenes. Plus, I sit down with Captain Senator David Andrews. Team chemistry is sky high.
Yeah,
on this team. You can tell players like each other. Players love each other.
You know, 2020 last year, we were just talking about it.
not being able to be in our cafeteria, right? That's such a small thing, and that really doesn't do anything for us on football. It's not going to maybe help us block a 3 technique or nose tackle, but there's something to that, the team atmosphere and the game of football, and something as little as just being able to sit in our cafeteria and talk and eat with each other and get to know different people. Yeah, and I think there's just something that you lost with that last year. So that's something I've definitely enjoyed, and getting to be back and doing that stuff.
Yeah, they got it back. It's called bonding. Hey, then when all access is over tomorrow, tune in to TV 38, Patriots Football Hour. Patriots this week airs at 8. Then at 8:30, it's Patriots Unfiltered on TV. Cuts are off this weekend, but we still have Patriots game day for you Sunday morning at 11:30. I go one-on-one with defensive lineman Lauren Scow, and we'll have much more on the Hats at the Bye. Meanwhile, you know how much Tom Brady owns the Buffalo Bills over the years? Sunday, the Bills have to play TV12 down in Tampa. It's a 4:25 start. We'll have it for you right here on WBC. Anytime can help us pass by torching Buffalo again for old time's sake. Bruins and Oilers and Edmonton tonight. First pitch, Cheeseburger on some Brad Marchand on the breakaway. Check this out, Marchand. Finishes. That's a shorthanded goal. Bills led 1-0 after 1 second period. Did all. The Edmonton native takes the Rust to make it 2-0 Bruins. Didn't feel good for the Rust to score in his hometown. But right now, the game is tied at 2 in the third. How about some more hockey news for you today? The NHL Board of Governors approved the sale of the Pittsburgh Penguins to the Fenway Sports Group. So now Sidney Crosby and Chris Sale will both get their paychecks from the same owners. And one final note, the Seattle Pittsburgh Zion Johnson was named to the Walter Camp All-American First Team. That's sports for now. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
I'm Eric Peavy. At Window World, we're proud to deliver exterior solutions that are beautiful, affordable, and guaranteed for life. Select the window that best fits your home and watch your curb appeal go up while your energy bills go down. We do things different. Honest pricing, no gimmicks, and thousands of satisfied customers. Get 10 Tilt to Clean windows installed for as little as $49.69 or $79 per month with no money down. Family owned.
Nationally known.
Visit windowworldofboston.com.
Surprise! It's a new viewing.
Got me new Buick?
Oh, and there are more gifts inside.
You got me that up as well.
The steering wheel, the massaging seat.
Okay, what next?
Alexa, turn on holiday lights.
This year, give the gift of technology in every Buick SUV. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on Buick SUV models.
You know, sometimes you just can't get comfortable in bed. I mean, maybe you're trying to watch TV or read a good book and it just doesn't work. So have you heard about adjustable beds? You can raise your head, even tilt your head to watch the TV or raise your feet and get a massage. Some even have cold. So if you're still sleeping on a flat mattress, it's time to move. The right mattress and power base can help your overall well-being. Hey, it might even just become your new best friend.
Soar to new heights. Experience your favorite Disney stories in new ways. Get closer to the magic than ever before. At Disney on Ice presents Mickey's Search Party. Coming to a Guinness Arena December 23rd through January 2nd. Tickets are up. Visit DisneyOnIce.com for shopping.
Finland's prime minister has apologized for going to a nightclub after coming into close contact with someone who had COVID-19. Sanna Marin went out in Helsinki with friends on Saturday night, hours after her foreign minister tested positive.
The Late Show has obtained the Finnish Prime Minister's apology.
I want to apologize for my bad judgment. I put Finland at risk by going out clubbing. Inside of this mask could use a scrubbing, but I'm gonna keep it on so you can stop judging. Finland! Right here!
There's no chance in hell you didn't know he was still there.
I know what you're talking about, I swear.
This kid's life is in danger.
Enough of that talking, Brad. We're going to charge you with accessory. Well, you know, he's a kid who bring me extra money. I want to take next thing he pulls out his clock and he beats me with it. Son, if I went to the police.
What was he driving?
A black truck, a Honda, I think. It was like he was possessed. Call it in.
Hi. How are you feeling? I don't know. I just want to find my son. I know, we're still looking for him. You don't have any idea where they might have gone? No, but you need to find him soon. Henry needs insulin. Henry's diabetic? Yeah. And he needs an injection twice a day or he goes into shock. And Ray didn't take his insulin pen. Okay, that's very helpful. What's going to happen to Ray? I mean, he's not going to get Henry, right? Henry stays with me. Ray is going to prison for a very long time. Okay. What do you... Yeah. I have to ask you what happened to Allie. Ray killed her. Why? Because she was hurting Henry. She just hated Ray so much. And Ray defended Henry because Henry's Ray's son. Yeah. Ray loves Henry. He wants to keep him. He'd say he'd kill him before he let him go. Well, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to bring him back to you safe. Okay? You don't have kids, do you? No. When you do, you'll know. There's no such thing as not worrying.
Introducing Newsy, the only 24/7 news network available for free. Using TV and Newsy live in-depth reporting rooted in not opinion. Rescan your channels and watch the now at Newsy.com.
The all-new Google Pixel 6 with a 24-hour adaptive battery that sends power precisely where you need it. Google Pixel 6.
Merci, my coworker, Miss Walker. You inspire me to be the best teacher that I can be. I would not be half the educator that I am without you.
Say thank you with Merci, a thoughtful collection of European chocolates.
Merci, Miss Walker.
At Target, shopping has never been easier. Use same-day delivery, free order pickup, or free drive-up, and
and leave with your holidays in the bag. Want it today? Get it today at Target.
I do anything for you, dear. Anything for you, need everything to be. I know that I'm for your smile everywhere. Yes, I do anything
For anything your pet's wishes. PetSmart, anything for pets.
It only takes a second for an everyday item to become dangerous. Tide Pod's Child Guard Pack helps keep your laundry packs in a safe place and your child safer. To close, twist until it clicks. Tide Pod's Child Guard Packaging.
Ooh, this looks great.
I'm not drinking tonight. The baby.
Oh, yeah.
Drinking or not drinking, keep it delicious.
Introducing Wendy's new hot and crispy fries, preferred almost 2-to-1 over McDonald's. Try them today, only at Wendy's.
Our puppy brings us so much love and joy. Even though he loves to destroy, they're both so straight and classy.
Just in case.
And go to your skippy place.
Hey, Gary. You gonna throw hay? Yes. Keep a watch. You get SimpliSafe's new wireless outdoor security camera. It has a 140-degree field of view and color night vision. The new wireless outdoor security camera from SimpliSafe.
There are many reasons for waiting to visit your doctor right now. But if you're experiencing irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, don't wait to contact your doctor, because these symptoms could be signs of a serious condition like atrial fibrillation, which could make you about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Your symptoms can mean something serious, so this is no time to wait. Talk to a doctor by phone, online, or in person.
Ordinary tissues burn when Theo blows, so Puffs Plus Lotion rescued his nose. With up to 50% more lotion, Puffs brings soothing relief. A nose in need deserves Puffs Indeed, America's #1 lotion tissue.
I discovered self by searching up the word self-care. Watching my credit score and wanting to build that up was a part of my self-care. Joining self not only gave me the tools to build my credit, but it also gave me hope.
Vision insurance doesn't do you any good if you don't use it. Just like this treadmill I bought that I keep saying I'll use, but never do. Yeah. With hundreds of frames to choose from, you can put your vision insurance to good use at America's Best. Book an exam today.
Instantly clear everyday congestion with Vicks Sinex Saline. Congestion and try Vicks Sinex Children's Saline. Safe and gentle relief for children's noses.
Sarge, what do you got? Followed up on what Bridge got from Claire. No luck with any of the pharmacies. No incidents reported, no Ray Lambert in any system. But we have confirmation of Brad's story, all right? This was taken 3 hours ago at an ATM on Belmont's. Ray Lambert withdrew $500 from Brad Snyder's account, and that's the car that Brad described. We can't see inside, so we don't know if Henry's in there.
Plates came back as stolen. Got an Amber Alert across the state. All call messages being broadcast on all the zones and ISBRN. We got a lot of eyes on this. Anyone who spots it will contact intelligence immediately.
Right, Adam, pick up Kim and Ned. Head over to that Belmont ATM. See if any witnesses saw him or heard anything. Got it.
It's just tough. I'm just practically at restrainer to keep her from looking for Henry.
But you doing all right? You okay?
I'm good, man, but I want to catch this animal.
It's not what I was talking about.
I made an appointment for tomorrow morning.
Okay. All right.
go for 5021 item.
935 Charlie has located your targeted mobile vehicle. It just pulled into Cook Brothers on Belmont and Broadway. They're sitting down the street, but have eyes on it.
All right, we're 5 minutes out.
We just got word on his own patrol spotting our Honda.
Sarge, we got eyes on Ray's vehicle in the Cook Brothers lot. No sign of him or Henry. I think maybe that side.
Okay, confirm the vehicle's empty. I'm pulling in the parking lot now.
I'm still looking. I don't have eyes.
Sorry. We've got this thing back. I just got off to a train since Henry's alive.
All right, so let's follow him. Hopefully we'll get back here. Right, Adam, you and Kim take the point. I'll contact Henry and Jay. They'll stay wide with me. Let's go. Hold on a second. What is this? Hold it. Hey, get rid of this guy.
Lucid intelligence, what's going on? This car's hired. At the moment, we're aware it's stolen. We got it under control, okay? We need you guys to move along.
Okay, Len, let's hang out the front door and go out the east door. Cameras keep spotting me again.
I need to check it out. We got this undercover right now. We need to move on down the road.
Shots fired at the police Belmont and Broadway.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Officer Ruzek. I need you to stay calm, stay low. Get the hell out of this hall right now. Officer, go left, go left.
And watch yourself.
Ladies, please, out of the store. Move, now. Out of the store, out of the store.
They dropped the gun.
Drop your gun now.
Officer, stand down. Listen to my voice, Ray. Just turn around, okay? Ray, come on. Turn around. Drop that weapon, all right? Officer, I need your order. Stand down. Ray, listen to me. It's about Henry. It's not about you or me. Think about Henry. Just turn around slow. Drop that weapon.
Sir, weapon down now.
Where's Henry? Ray, tell me where he is, okay? Don't let him die. Don't let Henry die. Tell me where he is. Tell me where Henry is. Please don't let him die. Where is Henry? Tell me where Henry is. Come on.
What if smartphones were more than just smart? The all-new Google Pixel 6 with a 24-hour adaptive battery that sends power precisely where you need it. Google Pixel 6.
Meet the new Serta Arctic. With the most cooling power of any mattress, thanks to an exclusive 3-part reactive cooling system that absorbs body heat for a more comfortable sleep. Serta Arctic. Sleep cool all night long.
What can I do with less asthma? To fix it, I can do more beginner's yoga. Namaste. Surprise parties. Oh, guys. Dupixent helps prevent asthma attacks. Free. Do more of the things I love. Dupixent is not for sudden breathing problems. It's an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and can reduce or even eliminate oral steroids. Here's something important. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection, and don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Just ask your asthma specialist about Dupixent.
Local restaurants have been hit hard by fees from delivery apps.
They take a huge chunk of our bottom line. All of that comes out of our pocket and goes to them.
So Domino's franchisees went to local restaurants and bought $100,000 of their gift cards to give out to our customers. That way they could support a mom and pop by ordering directly from them.
And no one got hit by delivery app fees.
I can't believe one restaurant is buying another restaurant's gift certificates to give out, but it sure is wonderful.
So if you're not getting Domino's, skip the delivery apps and order directly from a local restaurant.
How's the painting going?
It's going pretty good.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Skippy squeeze, you can stay how you please. At your house, in the sand, on the couch, with the band. Bring it just in case. Get that Skippy baby taste and go. Go to your Skippy place. Fresh flavors, classic dishes, and a new seat at the table.
Hello, I'm Franklin Graham. Christmas is coming, and it's a great time of year. You know, Christmas is about love. It's about God's love, that God so loved the world that he gave at Christmas his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish, but should have everlasting life. God gave his Son to save us from our sins. And if we're willing to put our faith and trust in him, God will forgive our sins and heal our hearts. Jesus Christ is God's Son. He took our sins to the cross. He died. He was buried. And on the third day, God raised him to life. If you've never invited Jesus Christ into your life, if you've never received God's gift, pray this prayer with me right now. Just say, God, I'm a sinner. I'm sorry. I believe that Jesus is your Son. I want to trust him as my Savior. I want to follow him as my Lord from this day forward. Amen. If you prayed that prayer, call the number that's on the screen. God bless you. And a Merry Christmas to each and every one. They're waiting to talk to you right now. Call that number.
The original eau de parfum, Yves Saint Laurent. Happy holidays. At Macy's, the fragrance destination.
'Twas the night before Christmas, the strangest Christmas ever. There's heartache and heartbreak, real estate and romance, not to mention cops and ice cream ball. Crazy. A new Wreaths on Christmas. Premieres Sunday, 8/7 Central on ION.
Okay, we got anything useful? There's nothing in the wallet. The phone is password protected, so it's going to take the text time to crack.
Found an insulin pen in his pocket from the pharmacy inside. Sarge Henry hasn't had insulin in hours. If we don't find that kid soon, he's going into shock.
All right, let's get some extra beds on hand just to be safe.
Sarge, you got your ears on?
Yeah, I'm here. Go ahead, Eddie.
Just went through Reed's car. There was a paint tank, canned goods, and a lantern.
10-4. Camping here. Makes sense. You lay low for a few weeks till the heat dies off, then head out of town.
A lot of traffic around camping sites this time of year. He could have stashed the kid there this morning, planned to go back later.
But said patrol found his blue Nissan out on Route 57.
Okay, we know that Ray left his house this morning in that SUV.
By the time he gets to Brad Snyder's place an hour later, he has a new car and he has no kid.
Couldn't have ditched them both unless you ditched them in the same place.
All right, get patrol, get some bodies. Let's start looking at campsites in the area. Let's move.
Hey, Adam. No luck.
Thanks for the update. All right, that was Haley. Checked 5 campgrounds so far. No sign of Henry.
Maybe we got the winner. Hey, you the manager?
Yeah?
Thanks for meeting with us.
Whatever I can do to help.
You recognize this guy?
Yeah, I saw him earlier. He's like a travel trailer, piece of crap, by a guy, being cash.
Wait, where's the camera part?
649. Beautiful, thank you.
Slot! I'm Slot! Henry, can you hear me? Can you come in the window? Henry, can you hear us? Can you open from inside? Henry!
You get the drive off.
Henry, listen, I'm a police officer, okay? I'm gonna help you. Henry, can you hear my voice? I need you to stay with me, alright? I'm here to help you. Give some medicine, buddy. Stay with me, please, 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 Henry. Henry, please, stay with me. Talk to me, Henry, talk to me. I'm gonna find your mommy, alright? Just hold on.
Stay with us.
Get in, buddy. Hang on. Where is she? She'll be here soon, buddy. Promise. Henry. Hi, buddy. I missed you.
I was in the forest.
You were. Thank you. Thank you for finding him. Yeah, glad he's okay. Claire. Good luck. Thank you. Yeah. I'll be okay. I have Henry. He's the best thing that ever happened to me.